Okay, great. Sorry, I've just got your Jabber here. Council, just want to note the memo that was circulated for item 3, alcohol and plazas. There's been a slight change. So, okay, clerks, I think can start up. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, May 18th at 2021. Council, I'm just going to switch to my headphones because I've just noticed a bunch of very loud drilling right beside me here. So just give me 1 second while I change to my headphones. Be right back. Clerk's just checking you can hear now.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thanks. So good morning and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, May 18th. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw and Ministerial Order M192. If my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we'll recess until the connection is restored. The same holds for council members during during the voting process. And we'll have to suspend the process if we're unable to get you back online quickly. A video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. And council members are reminded to please enable their video to ensure quorum is maintained during the meeting. First, of course, as always, we acknowledge we're on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We thank them for having care for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. Also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of city staff who work hard every day to help make the city an incredible place to live, work, and play. And I have to say, if we're looking at the gardens around the city, we should also extend that to the park board staff who are just doing a great job enhancing our outdoor environment. So thanks to them. Clerks, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
And I just note Councillor Fry has a leave of absence from 10:30 to noon and 3 to 4:30 for civic business. Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks so much. So let's see, plan for the day. First, the public is strongly urged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link, and to follow along on Twitter at @VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments in the agenda items can also be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form is available on Twitter. @VanCityClerk is the handle. Also want to note that the city commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. So I remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by the first and last name or title. So today we have 1 proclamation, 3 administrative items, 8 reports, 10 referral reports, 23 bylaws, 7 administrative motions, 7 members' motions, then followed by notice of council members' motions, new business, inquiries, and other matters. Plan for the day is we proceed from now until noon with council business. We break at noon for lunch. We're in camera from 1 till 3. Then we return to regular council at 3 p.m. To deal with the remainder of the agenda. Then we conclude council business at 5, take a break for dinner from 5 till 6, and then begin a public hearing from 6 p.m. Should we not complete the agenda, the plan is to refer the remaining items to the council meeting following the standing unfinished business. So today, council, we're going to start with a proclamation. about the Kamagata Maru Day of Remembrance. I just have a short introductory remarks before I read the proclamation. On May 23rd, 1914, the Kamagata Maru arrived in the Burrard Inlet in Vancouver, which had on board 376 passengers of Sikh, Hindu, and Muslim origin who had hopes of to have a full life of opportunities here in Canada. Despite being British subjects, they were denied entry because of Canada's discriminatory and racist laws preventing them from entering this country. Immigration officials ordered the passengers deported because they had not come by a continuous journey from India. A discriminatory regulation designed to prevent immigration primarily from Japan and India, it was nearly impossible for them to find a direct route. On June 19th, 1914, Vancouver City Council went on record stating that they were, quote, unalterably opposed to the admittance of Hindus and other Asiatic races into this country, and that, quote, these people would provide a serious menace to our civilization, both economically and socially. Regrettably, on July 23, 1914, the ship and its passengers were forcibly turned away by the Canadian Army and sent back to India, where upon their return, 19 passengers were killed and many others jailed for being political agitators. Today, as we come up to the 7th anniversary of the ship arriving in Vancouver, my council colleagues and I sincerely apologize for the City of Vancouver's role in the Kamagata Maru incident. City Council in 1914 supported the laws that prevented passengers from disembarking, and for this and all the repercussions that followed, we are sorry. I would like to say on record the incredible amount of respect and admiration that my council colleagues and I have for all immigrants and refugees who contribute in countless ways to making this city the rich, diverse, and welcoming place that it is today. So now I'm going to read the proclamation. Kamagata Maru Day of Remembrance. Incident, a dark chapter in Canadian history, where a ship carrying 376 British subjects arriving from India, including 346 24 Muslims and 12 Hindus, arrived in Vancouver's Burrard Inlet on May 23, 1914, seeking entry into Canada with hopes of a brighter future. And whereas Canada's restrictive and racist laws force passengers to remain on board and live in unsafe and deteriorating conditions without access to medical aid, often going days without. And whereas on June 29, 1914, Vancouver City Council expressly supported these racist and discriminatory laws by passing a resolution saying it was, quote, unalterably opposed to the admittance of Hindus and other Asiatic races into this country, and that, quote, these people would prove a serious menace to our civilization, both economically and socially, unquote, and sent a telegram to the Premier of British Columbia conveying this expression from Council. And whereas on July 29, 1914, the Kamagata Maru and his passengers over and sailed back to India, where they were labeled as political disruptors, and 19 passengers were shot and killed by British troops. There were numerous injuries and many passengers were jailed for years. And whereas many descendants of these passengers, who were largely from Punjab, immigrated to Canada, settling in Vancouver, and persisted in the fight against discriminatory laws, including the right to work in the profession of their choosing, holding public office, and gaining the right to vote in 1947. And whereas on June 10th, 2020, upon a request on behalf of the Kamagata Maru Descendant Society, Vancouver City Council unanimously resolved to apologize for its role in the 1914 Kamagata Maru incident and declare May 23rd as Kamagata Maru Remembrance Day in the City of Vancouver on an annual basis. And whereas the City of Vancouver is committed to welcoming people of all backgrounds and ending racial discrimination in all its forms, and learning from its roles in past tragedies to forge a common future for all Vancouverites, now therefore I, Kennedy Stewart, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, on behalf of this council, do hereby formally and sincerely apologize to the victims, their descendants, and all others impacted from Vancouver City Council's June 29th, 1914 resolution and the cruel effects it had on individuals and families affected by the Kamagata Maru incident, and to proclaim Sunday, May 23rd, 2021 as Kamagata Maru Day of Remembrance in the city of Vancouver. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work of the Kamagata Maru Descendants Society for their tireless advocacy, as well as historians Dr. Milan Singh and Paneet Singh, and the Kamagata Maru Planning Committee, Mr. Raj Singh Tor, Mr. Jaswinder Singh Tor, Mr. Akalwant Nadeem Parmar, Ms. Bavi Gill, and Hugh Johnson, who have helped bring us to this historic moment. I would like to thank all of them for their dedication to this work. Council, I'd just like to say on a personal note, I was in Parliament in 2011, standing beside my colleague Jasbir Sandhu, who for the first time brought forward a motion to have a national apology for the Kamagata Maru incident, which was eventually acknowledged by the Prime Minister of Canada in 2016. So thank you very much, Council, for this, for all who are listening and watching, and for all who have worked on this important piece of recognition of wrongdoing on our behalf, but also our efforts to move forward together and make a community that works for all. Okay, Council, so we're back to administrative work now. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reason and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the updated agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week?
So
Thank you, Councillor Deschanova. I have a seconder.
Hardwick.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, that passes. So, Council, we have 4 sets of minutes that we also have to approve. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the Special Council in camera meeting of April 22nd. Are there any corrections? Someone like to move adoption?
So moved.
Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Hardwick. All those in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks, this motion carries. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the council meeting of April 27th. Any corrections? I'll just take a verbal if there's any corrections. You can just let me know verbally. Someone like to move this?
Trivia.
Thank you, seconder.
Hardwick.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks, that passes. Minutes 3 are the minutes of the council meeting following the City Finance and Services meeting of April 28th. Any corrections? Mover, please.
Watson.
Councillor Swanson, seconded by Councillor Dejanova. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That passes, thank you. Minutes 4, the minutes of the special council meeting in camera motion. Meeting of May 6th. Any corrections? I doubt it. Someone like to move the adoption?
Moved.
Thank you.
Hardwick.
I heard Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Hardwick. All in favor, yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. All right, so now we're moving to matters on consent. If you'd like to put your name on the speakers list, if you'd like to hold any of these matters. So we have reports 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those are reports. And referral reports 1 through 10 on the consent agenda for consideration. And I've got Councillor Swanson. Just 1 second here. I just want to keep track of which ones you're calling out. Okay, Councillor Swanson, what do you? Which ones would you like to hold?
Just number 8 for question.
The funding application.
Yeah.
that
For
for the,
strengthening communities.
Okay, thank you very much. Hold that one. Councillor Hardwick.
Report number 3 for questions.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have?
Yeah,
anything
I
they'd like-
would. Yeah, I'd like to hold report 1, and I need to declare a conflict for report 2, as I have interest in businesses that host patios.
Okay, I'll have the clerk's note the. Okay, have the clerk's note the conflict on report 2. So we're going to hold report 5 to hear from speakers. I think that's right.
Mayor, report 3 has speakers currently.
Okay, that's held.
Reports 1 and 8 held for councillor questions.
And okay, it says in my script, hold report 5 to hear from speakers. Is that still correct? I think it is.
Just, yeah, there's no speakers anymore for number 5. They've withdrawn.
Okay, okay, great. Okay, great, thanks. Okay, right. So council, I've got no one else queued, so we have, we can approve number 2, the patio fees. Number 4, the capital budget adjustments and closeouts. 5, the cultural grant. 6, the theater rent grant allocations, and 7, the SRA permit for the American Hotel. Would somebody like to move that? Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Seconder.
Supply.
Second.
I think I heard Councillor Bly second. And any conflict of interest on these from anyone? Councillor Weeb's already noted his report too. I don't hear anybody. Okay, so all in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yay.
Opposed nay. Great. Okay, so council, we have passed report number 2, waiving patio fees through 2021. We've passed number 4, which is the quarterly capital budget adjustments and closeouts. We've passed 5 2021 cultural grants, passed 6 theater rent grant allocations. We've passed 7 single room accommodation permit for the American Hotel. And referral reports, CD1 rezoning on Front Street, CD1 rezoning on Richard Street, CD1 report 3, CD1 amendment Broughton Street, report 4, CD1 rezoning on Kingsway, report 5, CD1 rezoning on Canby, report 6, CD1 rezoning on Canby. That's a 7772 Canby. Report 7, CD1 rezoning on Canby Street, another one 5412. Number 9, referral report number 9, CD1 rezoning on Georgia and Richards, and then CD1 report 10, CD1 rezoning on Arbutus Street. So those have all been approved. I think that's it, clerk's right for in terms of approvals.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, great. And so we're going to move now to report number 1, which is the 2021 property taxation rating bylaws and averaging resolutions. And Councillor Weeb, you've held this report. City Manager, do we have someone there to answer questions?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Stewart. We do have Patrice Impey on, and Grace Chang is on the call as well.
Great. Okay, Councillor Weeb, please go ahead. Up to 5.
Yeah, my first question is recognizing that the one-time relief in the school tax for non-residential properties was probably one of the biggest boosts to our small business sector, as well as industry here in Vancouver. And I'm wondering what staff did to advocate to the province to try to get that one time to happen as well in 2021, recognizing the significant impact that that extra money will put towards arts and culture and small business community here in Vancouver.
Staff, over to you.
This is Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. Thank you for your question. Staff through GFOA got the notification from the province in April that they're not going to extend it. So I don't believe staff or any other municipalities actually actively pushed for a repeat of the tax relief provided in 2020.
And
Councillor Weeb, if I can just add though that the Urban Mayors Caucus, that's 13 mayors that we meet every Friday morning, we did advocate for extension of the deadlines as well as a repeat of what happened last year, but haven't had an answer back on that yet.
okay, would it be helpful if we put in an amendment to ask you to write the Premier to ask for the tax relief for school tax provided, the same one that happened in 2020, recognizing that this was probably one of the biggest saviors to so many businesses here in Vancouver?
I don't think it would hurt, but I do think that on behalf of council and the mayors from the 13 largest municipalities in the province did already advocate for this both by letter and in person during a Zoom meeting. So we made that request quite some time ago. So I'll just leave it with you, but that's it wouldn't be a surprise to them if we sent them a letter.
Okay, I've sent in a quick amendment for the mayor on behalf of council to write the premier, recognizing that
We just
from
actually, you can't move that yet. You can explain it, but we're still in questions at the moment. You'd have to move it first.
okay, that's
Councillor
all my
Dejanova.
questions.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova's question. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. Perhaps I should save it for a potential amendment that may come forward later, but just a point of information. Well, I guess we are in question. So if we do not pay the school, if we did not collect the school tax, and I just don't want to get anyone's hopes up that we could be in a similar situation to last year. I mean, last year was quite unique, just in looking at delays, but and what we were able to work out with the province. That being said, just wondering if staff had any comments or if they could confirm whether or not the city of Vancouver would be responsible for any school tax that was not collected on our part for the province.
So staff, do you have a question about what happens if we don't collect the school tax?
This is Grace again. This will be unlawful because we are obligated to collect the additional school tax under the regular school tax on behalf of the province.
Okay, thanks. Is that satisfactory,
It
Councillor?
is. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that we would still, even if we didn't collect it, the city of Vancouver would still be lawfully responsible for it.
This is correct. We will need to, we are obligated to submit even without collecting. There's a deadline in July, early July.
Okay, and just another question is this explained very well? I tried to peruse our city website myself just to find this information, looking at it through the eyes of others who have asked me, and just wondered if we have an explanation of this up for individuals who perhaps don't even realize that more than 50% of the tax we collect doesn't go to the city of Vancouver. We collect it on behalf of the province.
Hi, this is Grace.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Yes. If it is not clear, we can actually make something even more overt on our website as well.
Okay. I understand that Councillor Weeb had wanted to move something forward, so I'll put myself on the queue a little bit later after him, if unless he wants me to move the recommendations. I don't see him on the queue.
Any questions? So I just need somebody to move the report.
So moved.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. So now we're on the main queue. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. I understand that this is the situation that we're in, and really appreciate staff for answering my questions, which I hope will help to clarify things for those who are listening, or perhaps will find their way out. Although it is explained in our reports, really appreciate the offer to maybe have it outlined on the website if that's possible. Just maybe asking through you, Mayor Stewart, we wouldn't need a motion for that. I think staff had already said that they'd be able to do that. Is that correct?
It sounds like that was the offer.
I mean, I've received many inquiries from residents who want to know what the city is doing with their entire, the taxes that they pay to the city of Vancouver, and I have to often be the one to break it to them that I mean that includes the provincial tax that we're collecting. So the city actually often receives less than 50% of that tax that they're paying to the city of Vancouver. But for those reasons, and considering the fact that we would be on the hook and lawfully responsible, which would put our city in a position that I don't think I could safely say that I'd be upholding my fiduciary responsibilities. Although I hope that the province will look at different types of relief, and I think that that was well pointed out by Councillor Weep earlier. I will be supporting the report as it is right now. However, if there's an amendment coming forward, more than happy to consider that. So I'll leave my comments there.
Thanks very much. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, I've submitted an amendment. It's just asking the mayor to write a letter to the premier. If you look at page 5 of the report, the financials are shocking in the sense that we're going from 407 million to 619 million collected on school tax. That's over $200 million more that our business communities, our recreation and nonprofit communities, our farming communities need to fund. And so when you look at these, it is a pretty critical element to the economic stimulus that the province gave. I think we need to thank the province for what they did last year, because I know a lot of businesses, this was the only catalyst that allowed them to be where they are today. And I think it'd be great if the province would be able to step up and do it again and recognize how much of a boost this will be for all businesses here in Vancouver.
Great, thanks. It's been seconded. Anybody else like to speak to this? I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we can call a vote for this amendment. Sorry, I'm on the wrong queue. There we go. Call a vote for this amendment. Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Kirby-Yung. We have Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Everyone else in favor, so that's passed. Okay, Council, now that's the amendment, so we go to the main queue. If nobody has anything else to say, we can call the vote on this report as amended. Councillor Boyle and Councillor Hardwick.
Mayor, again, it's too late and I don't want to delay things, but I voted incorrectly on the last vote.
Okay.
But I really don't think it's a big enough deal to reverse.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
And how about this one?
This is the
Councillor-
final?
This is the, yes, as amended. Councillor Dominato, we need you to vote on this one too. Great. Okay, thanks. That's passed with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Kirby-Yung in opposition. Okay, thanks so much, Council. So that was the first report that was held. The second one is the alcohol consumption in public plazas pilot, and I have a note for the yes, staff have some opening comments on this, Council, so perhaps we can turn it over to staff and then we can move to questions.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Margaret Wickens, our Deputy GM of Engineering, is going to provide some context.
Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak today. We're bringing forward an alcohol consumption in public plazas pilot, which is a response to Council's direction and a second phase of a pilot to enable alcohol consumption in public plazas this summer, building on last year's initial pilot, which provided continued support to businesses and communities through the COVID-19 pandemic. It's been developed in collaboration with our plaza partners, as well as with ongoing input from Vancouver Coastal Health and the Vancouver Police Department. Today, we're bringing forward 3 sites for your consideration, and these were sites that were proposed by plaza partners, representing one site that's returning from our 2020 pilot, one site that's a partner from last year returning with a new site, and then one completely new partner and site. I wanted to note that our report originally included Maple and 4th Avenue for consideration, but very recently we received some additional technical information from emergency services that we need a bit of time to work through. And so we have proposed to remove that location from consideration today. And that will give us some time to work through the requirements. We may bring that location back in future, as well as additional sites that come forward for council consideration at a later date. But we are proposing to remove it from a decision today. This pilot is proposed to run from May 31st until October 11th. The second component of our report today is related to the Drinkers Lounge Parklet, and we're providing an update on the site today, which provides safe and legal alcohol consumption at the Drinkers Lounge Parklet located at 111 Princess Avenue. And we're recommending an extension of that pilot to 7 days a week until the end of 2021. This parklet provides outdoor space for the community managed alcohol program operated by Portland Hotel Society Community Services Society. So we have a few staff that are here today to answer questions. Sandra Singh, General Manager of Arts, Culture and Community Services. Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy and Projects Division. Diana Herford, Planner, Ross Maynard, the Director of PHS. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So we have some questions from councillors, and just so councillors is aware, we do first, then we'll turn to the speakers, and then we'll move to report and have debate. So Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 5 minutes for questions to staff.
I was actually going to move that we hold questions, Mayor, and hear from speakers.
Okay, so that's a motion. Do we
Second,
have
Councillor Dominato.
Okay, let's do yays and nays. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Nay.
Opposed.
Okay, Councillor Fry is opposed, so we'll have to go to a voting queue on this one. Clerks, we'll just trigger the vote here and vote to suspend the rule.
Can I speak, Mayor? Is that permissible? Speak to.
I don't think we vote. I'll have to ask the clerk for guidance here, but I don't think we debate this one. I'll just wait for some input here, but I'll just. Clerks, in terms of suspending the rule, do we have? I guess that's what we're doing now.
You're mid-vote now, Mayor, but it is a debatable motion.
Right, sorry, my mistake. I should have called for a debate. So if I can just ask you to stop the vote, and I'll take. I'm going to move us to a different queue. I'll put you on this queue, Councillor Fry. If anybody else wants to speak to this, go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Normally I would want to hear the speakers first. I do have to attend civic business, UBCM, on behalf of the city. So at 10:30, and I wouldn't be able to participate otherwise. And this is an issue that is quite germane to my local neighborhood and have a lot of insight onto it. So I was hoping to ask those questions. And
okay, thanks. I don't see anybody else on the queue.
I'm trying, Mayor Stewart, point of privilege.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
I'm happy to withdraw my motion in that case. I just was trying to help speakers who may be waiting and missing out on work and other things today. So I'm happy to withdraw that motion. I should have realized that, but I forgot about the leave of absence.
Okay, I believe we'll need unanimous consent for that to happen. I mean, 2/3 are unanimous. Let's just try it. All in favor of supporting.
Probably a second if I can withdraw.
Yeah.
Second,
so,
if it's needed.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor of supporting withdrawal of the motion, say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay, great. So that's withdrawn, and we'll go back to the question queue as. So, Councillor Dejanova, did you have any questions for staff?
I do, in fact, have some questions for staff.
Okay.
One of the questions that I have for staff is more pertinent to the motion, although it involves the same subject matter, parts of the same subject matter. A motion that I had actually brought forward in 2019 prior to the motion that was brought forward by Councillor Fry and Councillor Weed that sort of looked to explore drinking in public spaces, and it was regarding celebrating Italian culture and looking at opportunities for a piazza and having sort of a piazza type experience. And it specifically directed council directed staff to work with the Italian community to explore the creation of an age-friendly piazza pilot space in Vancouver that included local artisans, restaurants, proprietors, and vendors that would allow for community-led events in a designated outdoor space that would include the responsible enjoyment of beer, wine, and aperitivos along with food, and if possible, to be implemented before the end of June 2020. And then I won't read through the rest of the clause, but that staff were going to come back and report back to us on that. So I'm just wondering when I can expect that report, as I understand it's not in this report that the public would have seen and read, if that's moving forward separately from this.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Dejanova. This is Margaret Witkins again. I can confirm that we are actively working on a proposal with stakeholders from the Italian community and would expect to be able to provide a more fulsome update to Mayor and Council within the coming weeks.
Okay. So perhaps on the next council agenda?
Or we could also address through a memo or some other channel. But yes, we are working to ensure we get an update to you soon. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Also, just wondered if, in considering some of the different, sorry, just looking at all of my questions here, I've got to pick the one I want the most, considering my time here. Considering over the weekend, we had heard of people drinking in public spaces that perhaps weren't designated by the city or the park board. For instance, on beaches, I understand that there were some media reports of this. Have staff taken any of this into consideration in crafting this report, or is there any concern sort of as to increased resources that would need to be deployed, or any issues in people perhaps not following the provincial health orders and physically distancing due to perhaps this report here being misinterpreted and people feeling that they can enjoy alcoholic beverages outside of these spaces in public places?
Thank you again for the question. We do have the benefit of the pilot that was undertaken in 2020, where really we did not experience any issues of nuisance or kind of unacceptable behavior associated with the pilot. And this is something that we would continue to monitor as we enter into the 2021 pilot as well. It would be an important thing for us to kind of keep our finger on the pulse of. But thus far, we haven't seen any association between enabling public spaces and the type of behavior that would be undesirable.
Okay, but that was something that staff noted or is on your radar, that there were reports of a number of incidents over the weekend and as reported by the media?
Certainly we have an awareness of some of those incidents, and we'll need to stay kind of in close collaboration with BPD as well as VCH as this pilot unfolds to ensure that we're learning and adjusting as we need to.
Great, thanks. Good to hear you're monitoring that. That's all.
Thanks so much, Councillor Kirby-Young. Sorry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. The question that I have for staff relates to the Drinkers Lounge and a lot of feedback that council has received from local residents as well as small business in the area with regard to the fact that it's not distracting from activity and sort of reports that we're getting in terms of exacerbated activity around the bus stop in the 700, 800 block of East Hastings, as well as the Astoria. I'm wondering if staff can speak to any mitigation plans. And also, if there are some, why are we sort of moving forward with an extension before we have mitigation measures in place?
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young, for your question. It's Diana Herford here from Social Policy. I think what we've been working on continuously has been a comprehensive strategy. And so noting that there isn't one solution only, we've been working on a 4-part plan with an entire Astoria steering committee. And so one of the things that we do know is that connections with these folks takes time. There's a complex chronic health issue here. And so when we're looking at relationship building, and Russ from PHS can speak to this as well, it does take some time to create relationships with folks, to expand some of the capacity and services needed at the Drinkers Lounge, to provide connections and other ways of engaging in that community that PHS has been really actively working on.
Can
The
I
other
guide
thing
you,
is,
just because I have a short period of time, can I guide you to the crux of the question is that are there any specific additional plans or measures? Like, can you speak explicitly to any measures that are intended to be taken to mitigate some of the issues? And for example, there's been a suggestion from some to work with TransLink to remove the bus stop bench, or are there other specific tangible
there's
actions?
four parts. Yes, there's four parts to the plan. There's the Drinkers Lounge, an extension of services to 7 days a week to accommodate more outreach to the people. There's an Astoria washroom trailer that will open fully in June and accommodate some of the service needs as well as support needs for folks. There's mitigation measures being planned for McLean Park and Oppenheimer Park. And there's a discussion then, once there are safe spaces to go to talk about the bus stops.
Okay, can you expand on the bus stop? Is there an option to take out the bus stop seat or bench? Has there been any dialogue around evaluating if that makes sense or
Yeah.
not?
Yes, and I might need to hand it over to my engineering colleagues because that is a transportation question, but we are focusing on safe space for people to go that's an alternative.
Thank you, Diana. Lisa Parker, Branch Manager of State Activities. Engineering and social policy are working closely together on this. And as those safe places to go are established, we then can work with TransLink on adjusting if that includes removal of the furniture and or the shelter at the bus stop. We'll action that out quickly as we do have locations safely identified for folks to move to.
Okay, that's helpful. Another question, I note the report indicates that there's 20 new visits to the Drinkers Lounge. Can you comment on whether or not that's considered a success metric relative to how many people are continuing to sort of use the space on the street or around the store outside the Drinkers Lounge? I know that this is not, it's not a small undertaking in terms of staffing, support, and investment. And so it just doesn't seem like a lot of visits since it opened in March. Can you comment around the metrics?
Diana Herford again from social policy. The metrics, I mean, in terms of making connection, that's a significant indicator of success for us. This is an extremely hard population to make connections and to establish trust with, as we know from our partners. And so this metric is very important as an indicator for what's to come as we create more space and connection across to other programs.
So maybe I can ask more directly. Does it seem low to you? Do we have a target?
It seems very high to us in terms of that connectivity. Again, as we see the full programs unrolling in June, we'll start to see some movement as we anticipate, but it is, and again, Russ is here from PHS to kind of talk about that more specifically.
Is Russ going to comment or no?
Yeah, I didn't know if that was my floor right. So yes, yeah, that's a significant number. I mean, I can tell everyone here on council that is not a straightforward thing to provide more programming to folks that are dependent on alcohol. Police would tell you the same. Anybody who works with a population that uses that substance will tell you that. So 20 is a lot of people. I would hope in my naivety that the parklet is not only connected to the issue at the Astoria, that it's also about connecting with people that we weren't previously able to, that by and large are doing something that's encouraged and legal in society. It just becomes illegal in certain physical spaces, sidewalks, parks, things like that. So we're creating a legal opportunity that's also attached to housing, clinical services, and a way to intermediate with the police if there was something that went south. And
Thanks
it
so
all
much.
works very well.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. And Councillor Kirby-Young covered a lot of my questions in general around the Astoria and the Drinkers Lounge. I have a few in follow-up though. Just walking through can you walk me through the Astoria washroom trailer program, and is there anticipating any kind of adjacency space for folks to drink, or is this to service folks who are drinking at the bus stop?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Fly. It's Diana Herford. I think one of the most exciting things in working with this collaboration of partners has been the opportunity for the Astoria Washroom Trailer to really work together with PHS. The new operator will be Wish, and they're working to create both a daytime program and an evening program. And the daytime program is really about kind of working with PHS to get folks to a new breakfast program that will be at the Drinkers Lounge and a new lunch program, as well as to support space for people to be off of Hastings. So it's in partnership with the Downtown Eastside Neighborhood House Community Garden. It will provide another space and place for people to be and to access support services, other cultural programming, etc.
So this will be within the parking lot / community garden kind of area?
That's right. The entrance is off the alley on the north side of the site adjacent to the Astoria Hotel.
That's great. Really, it is great actually, because I think that's kind of a necessary intervention, and I think that could make a difference. I note that the recommendation is to extend the hours to 7 days a week from 9:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. But the current hours of operation for the Astoria are 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Does it make sense to better align these hours of operation, perhaps even working with the province to curtail the hours of operation of the Astoria to better match what you're recommending here?
Russ can speak to the operation hours of how they've designed the Drinkers Lounge, but I will say that we've been working with Wish and PHS to design an operations program for those gap hours so that the washroom trailer program opens at 7 when the liquor store opens, that folks are connecting in with people early on, outreaches on the washroom trailer site, and then walking people over to the breakfast program. Those are some of the initiatives we're working on in terms of that partnership. Russ, did you want to speak to the hours starting at 9:30 for Drinkers Lounge?
Yeah, the hours best reflect the members of the Drinkers Lounge historically, and that can also be strongly influenced by just the hours that we have the funding to hire staff to be there and to run a program responsibly. It would be possible to open much earlier. I mean, I think a more fruitful path would be to change the hours of the Astoria, given that we're seeing, I think, optimistically, COVID becoming much more under control and that kind of thing. You guys are the experts on that. We could look at different hours, but it would be a whole nother conversation about funding the staffing for that.
Totally makes sense. So I guess then 2 remaining questions for me are, have we communicated, we of the city communicated to the province that about curtailing the hours and asking the province to maybe not have the hours, especially opening at 7 o'clock? And have we done exit strategy or exit interviews of folks leaving the Astoria so anecdotally, there's drinkers in McLean Park at 7:15 in the morning. Do we know where folks are purchasing Astoria liquor and going to from then? Have we done any of that kind of work?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Fry. One of the things that we were following up on was some of our correspondence through our partners in DBL to the province on the liquor store hours, and also some of the implications, health implications for folks who do require an access to alcohol, and if they aren't able to kind of have a source of alcohol that isn't, a beverage alcohol, what would the implication be in terms of non-beverage alcohol and harms there? So we are doing a bit of work there now with our partners to explore that option and also to follow up on some of the correspondences to the province on the liquor store hours from the Astoria.
Do we know where folks are going?
Russ, do you want to answer that question? Oh, apologies, I think we've lost Russ for a little bit. We will have to follow up on
No,
that.
we haven't
We're
lost
just at
me.
5 minutes, but a quick answer.
What was the question quickly? Sorry, I'm trying to multitask.
It was just, but do we have exit interviews where we know where folks are going?
No. I mean, the program, Council Fry, has been going on for well over a decade. The people that work it have been with it for a long time and really know the members very, very well. If there were any issues you wanted me to try and clarify, Diana, I can work with Diana if you had a list of questions or qualities you wanted to better understand. I think
I'm well out of time. Thanks, Russ. I'll follow up though. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll maybe pick up where Councillor Fry left off because I had similar questions, and it's particularly around so the hours the Astoria is operating under is they apply, I believe, is under provincial jurisdiction because the province extended hours during COVID. So I'm just curious as to. I heard some conversations are taking place with the province, but I'm curious as to the level of those conversations, and do we need to formally communicate and move a motion today to have the city write to Minister Farnsworth about the concerns with respect to the hours, because I believe that the Astoria applied for that under the under the provincial provisions. So I'm trying to get to the granularity of what kind of conversations are we having with the Liquor Cannabis Regulation Branch.
Thanks for your question, Councillor Dominato. Indeed, I think this is one of the pieces that we're following up in terms of from staff and with health around risks of that availability of liquor in early hours, especially what the risk might be to high-risk drinkers, and also following up on our latest correspondences to the province. So that is something we can take away as staff and report back on.
And I guess the question I have as well related to that is that the Astoria holds a business license through the city, and is there any, and I think I've asked this question previously through various emails to staff about if there's over-serving, whether the city has any remedies. And it's coming from the perspective of recognizing there's a balance around harm reduction, but also concerns from neighbors around public safety as well. So is there, if they're over-serving, is there some provisions within our business licensing framework to say you can't be doing that if
So Councillor Paul Moker here. I can speak to that. So we do rely on LCRB to enforce their guidelines around service of alcohol. I think it becomes quite problematic when you have two agencies trying to enforce the same rules. So we have conveyed to LCRB concerns regarding the operating practices of the Astoria. We do not get details on their enforcement activities, so we're not sure. We can't speak to what action they might be taking against this operator. But like as has been indicated, we certainly have conveyed that to LCRB on a number of occasions. I know DVL staff have been connected with them. So that's kind of the current status of our engagement on that particular issue.
okay. That's helpful. I appreciate that delineation. I think the rest of the councillors covered some of my other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I appreciate all of those questions. I'm going to pivot to asking questions about the rest of the program. And I'm interested to hear, I was surprised to see that the number of sites was roughly remaining the same as last year. And I'm interested to know if there was conversation about expanding the program and if there are barriers to doing so. Are those in staffing or resources, or those in the number of BIAs interested? What's the reason that the program this year, as the second year of a pilot, is about the same size as the first year of the pilot?
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. It's Lisa Parker, Branch Manager of Street Activities. So we did run a similar process to last year where we did put out an expression of interest to potential partners. Unlike last year where we focused on BIA partners, we did this year open it up to any of our pop-up plazas and the partners for that. I would say really the constraints are a few-fold, and they're important to note during a pandemic. Is one, our partners, the capacity, they're probably running at their absolute max. And probably the biggest constraint is around washrooms. For us to have alcohol consumption, we did note that we needed to have access to washrooms, and that could either be provided by an existing washroom or the city could partner and have a portable washroom there. But for the portable washrooms, we did need those to be locked up at night so that they didn't create other safety issues. So both the access to a washroom, especially with current health restrictions and people not being able to go into existing washrooms, and really a feeling of some of the aesthetics of having a portable washroom, as well as the constraints for managing that daily need, was I would say, the overarching issue. And we could see some changes in the future as we do move out of health restrictions.
Okay, great. Just really appreciate knowing all of that. That was my only question. Thanks so much, Lisa.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Up to 5.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up from Councillor Boyle's questioning. I did visit all the public plaza pilot projects last year and noted there was quite a variety of numbers of people that were using some of them. Did you analyze where the greatest use was? Like which of the plazas actually got a lot of people more, like during more of the time?
Thank you for that. We did do monitoring of the locations. We did see that Shuklanook Square, which is not proposed this year, 800 Robson would be the alternative. Cambion 17th and Robson Butte Plaza. We did note very, I would say, successful level of use of that, less amount of use of lot 19, and that would probably be why DVBI is not bringing forward that location. And we did note in that monitoring, we saw very respectful behaviors, and most of the drinking was at night, but not always. And we actually did note through the monitoring, there was actually a decent amount of time, I would say about a third of the time, where there was no drinking in the plaza at all, where it was functioning as a regular plaza.
Yeah. I really noticed the Cambion 17th one had probably the best portable washroom I've ever seen. And a lot of small businesses around it that really seem to, I think, benefit from patronage to their businesses, and then the use of the parklets. That also the way you've designed or added new ones in this program.
Yes, so we would be partnering with the same strategy and really ensuring that it matches the look and feel of the plaza as well. I would like to note that we do have other partners that would potentially interested, and if we are able to land a role of the portable washroom within the plaza, we could be bringing forward additional locations for council's consideration for the summer as well.
That sounds good. I appreciate that. That's it for my questions, Mayor.
Thanks so much. Now we can move to hear from the public, and I'm just going to move to the list here. 1 second. Okay. First up, we have Andrew Nakazawa. Do we have Andrew Nakazawa on the line?
Hello.
Hi there. Thanks for calling in today. You have up to 5 minutes to make a statement, and then councillors may ask questions for up to 3 minutes of you later. So whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Andrew Nakazawa. I'm calling on behalf of the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association, and I manage our placemaking and public spaces program. I'm speaking in support of the alcohol consumption in public plazas pilot, and I'm also a resident of Vancouver. So the DVBA is one of the returning partners, and we'll again be working with city staff, adjacent stakeholders, including the Vancouver Art Gallery and our Downtown Clean team, to support and steward designated area number 2, which is 800 Robson. This location is ideal for the pilot, given its central downtown location, its close proximity to food primary businesses, public transit, public washrooms, and general commercial areas. Last summer, the DVBA helped steward, and we partnered with the city for 2 locations. So Lot 19 on West Hastings and Hornby, as well as Shuklanook Square or the North Plaza of the Vancouver Art Gallery. At those 2 locations, we did daily monitoring to help mitigate concerns, as well as observe how many people were using it, when were people drinking using the pilot, how many individuals versus groups, as well as keeping an eye on the level of cleanliness or litter left behind. Last year, in general, there were a lot of initial concerns that the pilots could result in large gatherings, breaking of physical distancing regulations, broken bottles and cans left behind, drunken disorder, and conflicts with protests. I'm happy to report that through our stewardship and monitoring and from the public surveys we conducted in person and online, none of these major concerns materialized, and generally people were overwhelmingly respectful of the pilot, and we received over 85% in support of our pilot locations from those who provided feedback. So following the success of last year's pilot, we will continue to monitor our location of 800 Robson to help mitigate any concerns, and we look forward to working with city staff to steward the summer's pilot and continue to support businesses and the COVID recovery downtown. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just check and see if we have any questions. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. So as I mentioned, I visited all of the pilot sites last year, and I noticed that the one you had at Lot 19 had art show on at the same time. Are you planning on doing that kind of programming around some of the sites this year?
Yes, it'll be much similar to last summer. It'll be very passive in the programming, the activations that we will be planning. So that's stuff that my team is working on right now to figure out what kind of passive activations we can do to help support and sort of align with the pilot when it's out there. So yes.
Yeah, it was a great art show. So thanks very much. Happy to hear that.
Thanks. Councillor Weeb, up to 3. Councillor Weeb?
Yeah, thanks for coming in and talking about that. I'm just wondering, were there other locations that DVBIA looked at, recognizing that this council's looked at really pushing this program across the city? I'm just wondering what other locations could be a possibility moving forward.
We did. We were hoping to bring back the existing locations we had last year, but there was some constraints with Lot 19 having construction activity and some maintenance happening there that conflict with it that would make it quite challenging, as well as Shuklin Square or the North Plaza of the Art Gallery. It wouldn't be manageable this year given the return of filming and other activities happening there. That's why our public picnic tables weren't able to come back to that square, unfortunately. But we still think it's a great location and the ideal one for downtown, but we did look at our past locations from last year.
Did you also look at doing ones that popped up kind of like Friday night in this area, like smaller temporary ones that could kind of ensure that people are checking out different areas of your neighborhood, recognizing that there's little pockets that could be really creative and unique that could kind of move around as an option?
The ones that to move around are like short-term ones. I know we considered our pop-up plaza at Alberni and Butte, but that one's going to have a shorter window due to the construction on Butte Street with the water main construction. So we did look at a couple other locations, but mainly we focused on doing 800 Robson.
Okay, thanks a lot. Appreciate your input.
Thanks so much. I don't see any other speakers or questions for you. So thanks to the speaker for calling in today. Council, I've just been made aware that speakers 2 and 3 are not on the line, but I'll just double check. Clerks, is there anybody else on the line to speak to this item?
That's correct. There are no further speakers, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. So if I could have somebody move this motion, and then we'll move into debate.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Carr. Moving over to the main queue. I know there's people on the question queue, but I'm moving to the main queue now.
Mayor, can you pop me back on? I'm having trouble with my...
I can do. There we go. Councillor Weeb, I've got you first, followed by Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, mine's a point of information through to staff.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, recognizing, looking at the locations on a map, what's been looked at in South Vancouver and other parts of the city that don't have as many opportunities for these type of spaces? And is that something we're looking at in the future?
Okay, over to staff, whoever's most appropriate.
Thank you, Lisa Parker. Since this is a request-based initiative for right now as a part of the pandemic pilot, we really have been limited based on where the requests are coming from. I think that the lack of distribution across the city is an important subject that staff can really lean into and put more resourcing into exploring that as we do move out of the pandemic and start to build towards a potential longer-term opportunities.
So you see in the future an ability for the city to help support that capacity building in other neighborhoods to ensure that there's kind of an equitable distribution of these in the future?
That would be a goal of a longer term policy development. As we learn through this, the pilot, we're learning some of the behaviors and I would say the spatial adjacencies, and then we could start to broaden that for the city to be more proactive with potential roles and locations across the city.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have an amendment that I've sent into the clerk.
Okay. Just get the clerks to perhaps pull that up on screen. Just coming up now, Council. Here we are. It's up on the public screen now. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young, if you want to speak to this.
Yeah, thank you. It's in recognition, I think, of some of the feedback we've been hearing from the community, and we heard this far in advance of the specific initiative with sort of the patio outdoor extension of the Drinkers Lounge. It's something that's been a challenge in the community for some time, as Councillor Fry also referenced earlier in his questions. And so it's a fairly simple amendment that asks Council to direct staff to work with the province to review and possibly curtail the extended liquor sales hours of the Astoria as a means to mitigate social and community impacts in the area. And that seems to really be one of sort of the key factors that's causing a lot of the area-related issues, which I think would contribute to sort of alleviating some of the challenges, while the measures that are within the city's kind of ability to impact. We've talked about the Washington Trail and others are being undertaken. So that's the spirit of the amendment.
Thanks very much. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Okay, so we're on the queue to discuss this. Councillor DeGenova?
I actually had a point of information, Mayor Stewart.
Okay.
Considering this really is specific to hours, and I understand that this is a request of the province. The point of information is would we be looking at all, I suppose, any proprietor that had extended hours, or would this be very specific in the way that you or staff read this, to the Astoria?
Perhaps you could ask the mover of the amendment that question.
Okay, I'm happy to do so, but staff would be carrying out some of this
Sure.
work. So
I guess
wondering,
it speaks to the intent
yeah.
from the mover. Councillor Kirby-Young, do you have a?
Yeah, I think to answer that very quickly, the intent really is the Astoria, because that's what we've heard flagged as sort of the most problematic for community feedback ongoing for some time. So that's the intent.
Councillor DeGenova, is that sufficient, or do you?
I'd just like to know if staff would interpret that as it's just considering their close relationship and working with the province, as to whether or not we would be in a situation where this would have to be something that we would perhaps consider for all, I suppose, licensed proprietors that had extended hours, liquor sales, or if this would just be something that staff would feel that the province would consider specifically to the Astoria.
Okay, I'll just ask staff if you have any thoughts on that question.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart, through you, and it's Paul Mokri here. So yeah, we can't speak to how the province will respond to this, but certainly we understand the intent of the motion as being focused on the Astoria. So I think we're clear in that regard. Hopefully that helps.
All right, and just also wondered if there are any other venues, or sorry, any other proprietors that have extended hours service or sales like this, and have they had the same number of complaints or concerns associated with them as we see with the Astoria?
I don't, through the mayor, I don't have specifics. My understanding is there are many liquor retails that are now utilizing the extended hours that the province has offered. We have not received, to my knowledge, but again, we can go back and confirm the type of complaints that we are seeing that council is hearing around the Astoria. The particular issues in relation to the Astoria are quite unique.
Yes. Thanks very much. I will cautiously support this. I just wouldn't want it to seem that there was just one specific pride that that we were perhaps singling out. But that being said, I think that there has been over a period of time some efforts made by our staff, and we've definitely heard from the public that this is a concern. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting this amendment.
Thanks very much. Councillor Weeb, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be speaking in opposition. I think it was great to hear staff talking about the programs in place and other organizations that are working to deal with the programs, but in a dignified way. I think that we should not be preventing one area of the city because we don't think they can handle their ability to purchase alcohol compared to other areas of the city. I don't think it's fair on an equity lens to put one area against another. I think there's people in this neighborhood who get off work at 10 o'clock and should have the ability to go purchase if that is to what they would like to do. And I think that that isn't our role as the city. I think our role should be to work with the health authorities to figure out how to curtail and support the people that are needing treatment or support in this neighborhood. I think that should be our means. I don't think that this is the way we should attack this issue. I think it's a health issue, and I think this is not the right approach. And so I will be voting in opposition.
Thanks so much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we can call a vote on this amendment. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Fry.
Mayor, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Thanks very much. Clerks, please record that. Councillor Swanson.
Vote assist in favor.
Vote assist in favor. Okay, and we need Councillor, I think Councillor Fry is absent. So we can mark him as absent due to civic business. Thanks very much. Okay, Council, that passes with Councillor Carr and Weeb in opposition. Okay, Council, that's the amendment. We're back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, did you have anything else?
No, can I, just in speaking to the main motion, if I can
Yes,
do
please
that
do.
now?
Yep, as amended, yeah.
Happy to support this. I've attended a number of the pop-up plazas there. I still remain of a similar view to last year when we originally discussed this, that I think that the biggest kind of desire of most of residents is the ability to be able to enjoy a cold one outside in a public park responsibly in an adult-like way. And so I understand that the province has addressed sort of the legal challenge there to enable the park board to do that. So I'm really hoping that our park board comes through and gives people the chance to do that. And I think it'll also help in terms of, given that we've got 230, 240 parks in our city, with the ability to have locations that are spread equitably throughout different neighborhoods. But I do think that that is the biggest need because people really enjoy sort of our beautiful nature and being out in green space and having the chance to have that cold one responsibly and actually get away from sort of the urban confines of the city. So I think this is a complementary program, but I think that the sort of the bigger impact is really going to come from hopefully the park board delivering that this summer. I know that a lot of the other municipalities have done it, and I'd love to see Vancouver be able to have it this summer and not have to miss another one. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, Mayor, I wonder if I could just first ask a point of information through you to staff. On reflection, remembered some of the conversations with people who were managing these public plazas around the issue of being able to erect canopies or umbrellas or some kind of shielding from the rain or even from the sun, and that being difficult to do. I wonder if staff could comment on that, if there's been a request around that, if there's an ability to facilitate that or ensure that that could happen where the manager of the space desired.
Thank you, Lisa Parker. So we are working with the partners for each of the plazas and not specific to only the alcohol consumption pop-up plazas, but any of our pop-up plazas across the city. We are offering umbrellas as a part of the seating. So we have been rolling those out based on the request. As far as for larger scale opportunities of coverage, as far as a larger tent or anything like that, we haven't received explicit requests for that, but if something did come in, we would try to find a solution with them for the protection through the winter or through the summer.
Great. Thanks. That's good news. Good news. So I'm speaking very much in support of this program. I think that last year, in the height of COVID, for staff to really work hard to get this underway very quickly, and the partner groups, the BIAs, to also work incredibly hard to get this going, really made a difference in people's lives, because being outdoors socially distanced was a solution for being cooped up in one's home, and really did contribute in a very positive way to an otherwise very challenging year in coping with the COVID pandemic. So my thanks to staff on this, my thanks to the BIAs and their partnership on this, and in this year, other partners as well, for all the work that's going to go into, I think, making our city just that much more livable and enjoyable. I love the European concept of it, where you find these kinds of plazas and ability to have a drink and have a meal or share some food outside, very much common. So again, thanks to all the work that's gone into this.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I also want to thank staff. I think this is tremendous, the way we've been able to pull the departments together to make this a reality, recognizing that these can be an affordable place for people to socialize with friends, and not have the barriers of some of the other patios in the city. So I think this is a really important opportunity. I look forward to how staff work and build capacity with our communities to see this brought into more areas of the city. I will be severing out the amendment. I think that one of the things that the public has asked us is to treat them like adults. And I think that that's something we need to do across the whole city. I think that we talked about the ability to ensure that these places could ensure that people that could only afford what they could would be able to enjoy a space with others in the middle of community, with community. And so for me, I think that this is a critical element in making our city feel more inclusive for the majority of the population, as we try to make inclusive for all. So I am supportive of this, looking forward to seeing where it goes. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And echo my colleagues, Councillor Carr and Councillor Weeb, in thanking staff for their work on this. I think it's fantastic. They turned it around very quickly last year in partnership with some of the BIAs, and to including a robust evaluation framework with it, because I think we heard at the time last summer when this was presented, VCH had deep concerns about these plazas and public drinking. And in fact, none of the challenges that were articulated really came to fruition. And we got, holistic feedback from business partners as well as community and residents around the benefits of enabling people to consume in these plazas. And so I think that's fantastic from my perspective, and I'm thrilled that it's going to continue this year. And we've got some different locations, and also with an equity lens as well. This came about in the context of pandemic and people needing to distance, but also recognizing, to Councillor Weeb's point, is it also enables people to gather and fosters community. And not everyone has the benefit of a backyard where they can gather with their friends, or a patio, or can afford to be in a restaurant. And so I think it's a great initiative, fully support it, and look forward to, if there are opportunities that staff pointed out of additional plazas being added over the course of the summer, would love to see that. And I think it would be welcomed by the public. So thanks for all the hard work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And in the effort to not sound repetitive, I'll just echo again a number of the comments that were made regarding staff's work on this. I think that, again, turned around something very quickly that made a difference to not only people who could benefit from utilizing these plazas, but also the adjacent businesses and surrounding restaurants and food service businesses that were able to benefit as well. And I think, although I support the amendment and in a different context, I do remember sort of the notion that adults really wanted to be treated like adults out in Vancouver and not sort of, have all of our directions and decisions made to sort of manage those that may not act accordingly. And I think, not surprising to me, I've supported this the whole way through, is that we didn't have the issues that were potentially cautioned around through Vancouver Coastal Health and then the BPD and the like. So while I agree public parks is really the place and beaches that would really benefit from this type of program, it's not within our jurisdiction. And I commend council for taking action that is within our jurisdiction to make that difference last year and then to continue on this year has immense value. So I think it's worth making these comments because the program was and has been overwhelmingly successful. And I'm really happy to see that we're moving over to the south or the west side, I should say, of the art gallery. I think that's going to be a really great adjustment to the program. And just want to thank staff for their work and the BIAs who supported it and helped inform the policy direction in the program. So with that, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. That is it for speakers of this, so we can move to the vote. And we're going to sever it, so perhaps we could sever out the amendment as the first vote. Clerks, I'll get you to clear this screen there. I don't think I was clear on the vote instruction. Oh, I know people are.
Can we get it up on the screen?
Yeah, actually, we're having people voting right now, and we probably shouldn't until we.
Mayor, I've got a point of order or privilege. We need to change the name of the vote, recognizing that it's problematic for myself to have that as the title that we're voting on for when people take a picture of it on screen.
Well, I don't think we can because that's the title of the
Just
actual
a point of privilege.
report.
Actually, Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
Perhaps it's a point of procedure. It currently said, or it did say R2, waiving patio fees. I just wanted to note to Councillor Weems.
It's just been changed. Thank you.
Okay, so the clerks have adjusted.
They
So
have.
just to be clear where we are, we're clerks, I just 1 second, Council. I do see that a few people have voted, I think, but we need to clear that so we can make sure we know what we're voting on, which is the first, is the amendment that was made that Councillor Weeb requested to split out, to sever, and then to have that on screen. Okay, so what we're going to be voting on first is, oh, you want to vote on the clerks? Yeah, there we go. So this is what the item we'll be voting on first. Is highlighted on the public screen. Is the amendment that was proposed by Councillor Kirby-Young. And clerks, can we reset the voting queue? Okay, so we're gonna vote now on the amendment that was that Councillor Weeb asked to sever. So go ahead and vote, Council. Councillor Weeb, we need you to vote on this one. Okay, thanks, Council. That has passed. The severing has passed. So that will stay in the motion with Councillor Weeb and Carr in opposition, and now we're going to move to vote on the remainder of the report. Which is on screen. Okay, thanks very much, Council. That's passed unanimously. Okay, we're at 5 to 11, Council, and I do have Councillor Kirby-Young. I have you on the queue. Did you have a point of order?
Hold over, Mayor.
Okay, great, thanks. Let's clear that. Okay, Council, so we're now moving on to Councillor Swanson held the funding application for Strengthen Communities. So I'll just check to see the city manager has somebody available to answer questions. And then Councillor Swanson, perhaps you can ask your question.
Yeah, so this is a report asking for 20 million from the province to offset the costs of supporting people experiencing homelessness. And the report says that these include costs for temporary shelters, warming centers, peer support, homeless outreach, street cleaning, et cetera, I just wondered if we could get, at some point, get those costs itemized. And do they really add up to 20 million? Do they add up to more than 20 million?
Over to the city manager to direct this as you see fit.
Yeah, thanks. And we do have Liz Jones from Finance who manages our kind of funding interface with senior governments. The criteria for this funding program, as I understand, are essentially incremental costs associated with the pandemic. So it's by no means the city's total cost of dealing with these issues. It's the additional burden that we faced specifically as a result of COVID over the last year to 2 years. I'm not sure if Liz, if there's any additional context you might want to provide on that.
Sure. So this is Liz Jones in Finance. That's correct. It's incremental costs related to unsheltered homeless, and it has to be. They have to have been incurred from September 17th, 2020, up until the end of June of 2022. That's the time frame. So we had to look at incremental costs that we had incurred that are in this current year budget and that we expect till the end of June in next year's budget.
So
and I have sorry, go ahead.
There is an itemized list of this?
Correct. I can send to Paul, who can send it a spreadsheet that we submitted with the application.
Okay, thank you. So it just seems to me that if this is just extra costs incurred because of COVID, it would be neat to know what the costs are that aren't extra. What are the basic costs? It would make a huge argument for ending homelessness, it seems like. Just a thought. That's it for me.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. I was just hoping that staff might be able to tell us. I understand that this funding is extraordinary in the sense that it is specific to pandemic, but what might we see in other years spending on these same type of services as outlined? What have we spent in the past on this?
I'm not sure if Colin Knight or Sarah Kapoor from FP&A are on the line.
I don't believe so.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I think there's that question. I know Councillor Swanson has posed this in the past around the cost of homelessness, and there is work that staff are doing on that. That's a quite a complicated and extensive piece of analysis. So we don't have a fulsome, like I say, analysis of all the expenditures that the city incurs that are associated with homelessness,
Do we
including
have some of them? Sorry.
Yep, we certainly do. So I think that's information we could follow up on. I think in terms of identifying.
Do they usually add up to 20 million?
Oh, far more than that. Yeah.
I assumed. I was just looking for a rough number to say, to make sure that because this is a public session, that there's not going to be leftover money here. That's correct, right? That this means that there was costs above and beyond what we usually spend as a city due to the pandemic. Is that correct? That's what I was getting at. Sorry.
Yeah, that's absolutely right,
City
Councillor.
manager.
And these, as Liz has indicated, these are all itemized costs. So we're essentially claiming reimbursement for specific costs that we've incurred and have itemized to the province.
Thanks very much. Also, just a follow-up question to that, and wondering if at all, had we not received, this extra opportunity for $20 million of funding, would we have seen that tacked on to or incorporated in the recommendations to staff for upcoming property taxes for the next year when council approves those? And if not, can we expect that because of this funding that will help to relieve that burden, that in fact taxes may be lower?
Thanks, Councillor. So yeah, this we have not received. Just to confirm, we have submitted an application for funding. We've not received any of this funding to date. So
Sorry,
our
that's what I
2020,
meant by opportunity. If we do receive
our,
this funding, that's what I meant.
yeah, well, as you'll know, Councillor, we're balancing the 2021 operating, or council, I should say, we're balancing the 2021 operating budget based on a significant draw from our revenue stabilization reserve. This funding, if we receive it, would offset that impact on our reserve. So these costs are budgeted. It's money that we are spending and have to spend. There's no option here. These are services that we need to provide. So what this funding again would do would be to limit the extent to which we're relying on our reserve to balance the budget for this year.
Not questioning whether or not it's necessary, but thank you for that. Also just wondering, I mean, and just for the record, staff is recommending, and what we would do as a council is we would be looking to replenish those reserves that we have had to use to offset some of the unexpected costs due to pandemic. Is that correct? So in the long run, we would be replenishing the reserve.
That's correct. This funding, if we receive it, will offset costs, and as a result, council would be required to draw less of the reserve for this year.
Okay, thank you very much. Just wanted to make sure I had those answers. Thank you.
Councilor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And could staff just repeat the time frame that this funding might be applicable to?
Sure. It's September 17th, 2020. And that beginning date is because that's when the province announced their safe restart or their restart overall large program. So September 17th, 2020, up until roughly June 30th, 2022. It's they said a year from when the funding is approved, and we expect the funding to be to receive a decision on the funding, hopefully approved by around sometime in June.
Okay, great. And when we talk about incremental cost of the city, that would include things like any kind of protective equipment, cleaning materials, for example, that were used in SROs. Would those be examples?
Yes, anything that wasn't reimbursed through other programs, and that we can, as long as we can tie it to helping homeless people or those at risk of homeless people in a community type facility, correct?
Okay. And just looking at the criteria here on page 2, I'm curious if staff have itemized as part of for possible reimbursement is the costs associated with Strathcona Park encampment, as well as the update innovations related to shelters, because I'm looking at the first line that talks about improving the health and safety of those who are living in public or private spaces. And given that the public park is a public space, so I'm curious if we've itemized that, but the costs around dealing with the encampment, the remediation, as well as the bricks and mortar shelter spaces that we're putting in place.
So we have included the tenant improvements for some of the shelters and the lease costs that weren't covered by other programs. In a conversation with UBCM, remediation costs, they said, would not be eligible because they said the costs have to be tied to the people. So remediation costs after having the people move out, they said would not be eligible. So we could not include those.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? And it would be, so turning this around is, what about all of the services and outreach and support that was undertaken both by staff, VPD, others, with respect to Strathcona? So it's not remediation, we're talking about service delivery in the Strathcona Park over the course of almost 12 months. Would that be itemized and considered?
We did include some staff outreach costs. Yes. So those were included. It doesn't say specific to Strathcona, but just to provide for unsheltered homeless for additional services during COVID.
Okay, I guess, and maybe as a comment, and maybe I'll move an amendment. I think that the city should, and park board as part of that, should do a fairly detailed itemization of the costs. And because I think it's very relevant, more people ended up outside. We saw this across the country and all through the states into encampments. And so I think we should be boldly itemizing the costs associated with that for this application. So, and I don't know if a motion is necessary, but if my comments are being heard and my questions, but I do think it's really important. And I think very much fits with the criteria of this this funding. So I just reflect that, and I'll pause there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 for questions.
Yeah, thanks. Just following up on a couple of the earlier questions, I had also wondered if the costs were itemized. I know staff spoke to and saying that they were, but I wondered, because this is a public report and our budget is, why the costs were not attached to the report or not included here.
Staff?
I guess we were just focusing on more just we were looking for approval of the overall application, not necessarily the specific costs that were outlined. So I guess we were just trying to address it at a higher level.
Okay. So and maybe I can add context. It's a great point, Councillor. I mean, I think we've approached this as we have with other funding applications, where we would typically provide council with an overview report for approval. We are, I guess the other thing to note here is our application is right now that we've submitted is $20 million. That's twice the envelope that was indicated for the funding program of a maximum of 10. Now we have some indications that at least our 20 million might be considered. We could have come up with a grant application that was higher than this, but we don't expect that will be successful. Again, UBCM is distributing these funds across the province. So we are working within the constraints of the funding program. At this stage, I would say that's important. Us submitting an application to this program that's way outside the criteria probably won't serve the city's interest. So, not that anyone was suggesting that, but just to clarify that point.
Yeah, and so just sort of pulling back a little bit, I guess I'm wondering is, can that information be provided? Because I think that there is value for council and the public in understanding and, sort of communicating where the impacts were. Like, of that 20 million, how much sort of was for homeless outreach versus the impact on sanitation is, where did we really see those stressors and that level of information? Is that possible to get that?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're happy to share it, and we can make it public. Again, what I would say though is that this isn't necessarily a reflection of our full costs associated with the impact of the pandemic. We're working with a funding program, so these are costs that fit the criteria of the program. So I just wouldn't. We just need to be clear on what the information actually reflects, and also that these are incremental costs. So, but yeah, we're certainly happy to provide the information, Councillor, and make it public.
Yeah, I understood, and I understand the context of it. The additional burden and sort of stressors that were placed on the city, both on our residents and then in terms of the city to respond. So that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. I just have a question for staff and perhaps just a clarification. Is that my understanding is that it's the federal government who came up with the funding to help municipalities cover operating costs through the pandemic. These funds were sent to the province quite a long time ago. Um, uh, really sent these funds to the UBCM for distribution. Is that your understanding of how this money is flowing through to us eventually?
That's correct. There were matching funds from the province as well in that restart agreement. Mayor Stewart, I'm not sure where the matching funds were, whether they were applied to this particular pool of funding, but yeah, essentially this money, as you indicated, is coming from that federal restart agreement and has been provided to UBCM to administer.
Yeah, and I'll just let council know that the Big City Mayors, caucus that we have were instrumental in securing these federal funds, which came first, and then the matching from the province. We are trying for a second round of funding to help offset costs as this pandemic follows through for the year. So I just thought I'd bring that to your attention. Councillor Dominato, you've got 45 seconds left for questions.
Just a question to the city manager is do you need a formal motion from me with respect to doing a detailed itemization of Strathcona Park costs for the purpose of this report, or are my comments today sufficient in reflecting that I think that's a critical piece?
Certainly, Council, we're happy to follow up with an accounting of the cost that's been incurred for Strathcona. I wouldn't recommend modifying the submission that we've made to UBCM at this point. But yeah, in terms of, like I say, articulating the various costs across all the different city departments that were involved, we can definitely provide that as a separate follow-up. This application, just to confirm, our funding application here has been submitted. The requirement for council approval is, and that's typical as these funding programs, is we can submit them, and as long as council approves at a later date. So that's kind of what we're doing in this case here.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, up to 45 seconds.
Thanks very much. Just a point of information following up on Councillor Dominato's question, and that is in regards to that was also a part of. In part, it was still an encampment during the pandemic when the pandemic began. So would the same apply to Oppenheimer Park that would then apply to Strathcona, and would we receive the same sort of itemized list?
City Manager?
We have in the past provided council with, we can certainly follow up on that. I believe in this case, if I recall, and Liz will confirm that the time frame, if the time frame is September 2020, the Oppenheimer encampment was concluded prior to that date. But Liz, am I recalling the date correctly?
Correct. September 17th, 2020, the cost could not have been incurred prior to September 17th, 2020.
Great, thanks so much. That's it for your time, Councillor Dejanova.
But yes, yeah, I had
Can
some more
we
questions.
have somebody?
I'll send them in.
Thanks. Can we have somebody move this report?
So moved.
Thank you very much. A seconder.
Second.
Councillor Dejanova
Dominato
moved it. Councillor Dominato seconded, and we can move to. Does anybody wish to speak to this, Councillor Dejanova?
I just really wanted to take this opportunity to thank staff, to thank our city manager, Paul Mokry, and all of the staff that have obviously put a lot of time and work and effort into this application and had submitted it on time. I understand sometimes timelines with council meetings don't match up, and really appreciated the explanation as to why it was already submitted, but we are formally approving it now, and hoping that, understanding that this is critical for the people in our city, especially those who are most vulnerable and marginalized, and hoping that this will, not only help us to be able to help them, but also to some of the other points to, help us to gain some more awareness on the costs and the itemized costs that were asked about by another counselor. So I wholeheartedly support this, but also just really wanted to offer my thanks and appreciation to staff. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we can call a vote on this report. Great, that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Council. Okay, so next we're moving to bylaws. Great, so we have 23 bylaws on the agenda. Council members who are not present for the meetings related to the public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceeding of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. And I'm just going to read through these and call the names of councillors myself to see who's able to, who's reviewed what they missed and whether they're will be voting. Bylaw 5 is from the public hearing of April 15th. Councillor Bly and I were absent for the public hearing. Councillor
Point
Bly,
of
have you
information,
reviewed?
Council, Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
did we miss the referral reports?
Those were all agreed upon on consent.
Okay, I missed that, sorry.
Okay, sure. So Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will.
Yeah, me as well. Bylaw 6 is from the public hearing of July 18th. All councillors were present except Councillors Carr and Dejanova. Councillor Carr, have you reviewed and will you be voting?
I have not and I will not.
And Councillor Dejanova.
Mayor, I think it's the other way around.
Oh, okay.
Car was there, so she doesn't
I'm
need
sorry,
to.
I messed this up. Yeah, I got you. Thank you, Councillor
I
Weeb.
didn't read anything extra this time around, so I
Right,
forgot that
yes,
it was
so you have
before.
been there. You're all good, Councillor Dejanova and Councillor Carr. This is July 18th, 2018. I'm sorry. So I'm going to read through the rest of council. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed and will you be voting?
I have and I will.
Councillor Boyle.
I have and I will.
Councillor Dominato.
I have not.
Okay, Councillor Fry is not here. Councillor Hardwick.
I have not and will not.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
I have and I will.
Councillor Swanson.
Nope.
Councillor Weeb.
I have and I will.
Me as well. I have and I will. Bylaw 8 is from the public hearing of June 26, 2018. So Councillors Carr and Councillor Dejanova were there. The rest of the council, I'll call your name. Councillor Bly.
I have and I will.
Councillor Boyle.
I have and I will.
Councillor Dominato.
I have not.
Councillor Fry. Not here. Councillor Hardwick.
Have not and will not.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
I have and I will.
Councillor Swanson.
Nope.
Councillor Weeb.
I have and I will.
I have and I will as well. Last one is from the public hearing of July 21st, 2020. Councillor Bly and myself were absent. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed?
I have and I will.
And me as well. Okay, does any member wish to hold any of the bylaws for debate, separate vote, or conflict of interest?
Yes.
Just point of privilege.
Okay, I'll start. I've got the queue here, so we'll go with Councillor Dejanova.
It's not for conflict of interest. Mayor Stewart, bylaw number 23 clearly says that I was absent for the item at public hearing and I have not reviewed and will not be voting. So I just wanted to know that. Sorry. You
Okay,
hadn't
no,
gone
that's
through
fine.
that one. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. 23. I'll make the clerks have a note of that. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I wanted to hold number 7 just to make my vote consistent.
Okay, we'll have a manual vote on number 7. Councillor Hardwick.
I'd like to hold number 1 for separate vote.
Okay. And Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, bylaw 1 and bylaw 2. I've stepped away from both of those due to code of conduct, one for my personal house and the other one for my business interests.
Okay, conflict of interest on 1 and 2 for Councillor Weeb. Thanks so much. So clerks, we're holding bylaw 1 and 7 for separate votes. Let's do those first then. So let's vote on bylaw 1 first. Okay, so that has passed with none in opposition. And we're going to move to number 7 now, which is the East Broadway. And I need a mover and a seconder for that. Sorry, we need a mover and a seconder for the first bylaw. So
Councillor Bly.
thank you.
Second,
And
Dominato.
okay. Right. And we need a mover for bylaw 7.
So moved. Councillor
Thank
DeGenova.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Second, Councillor Weeb. Thanks very much. And so did we want, if you have any requests to speak on these, put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody on the queue, so we'll move to the vote on this one. Bylaw number 7. Let's let the clerks trigger this. Clerks, we're just waiting for the voting queue. And the question is, did I read opposed for number 1? And there wasn't. There was an abstention, which did not count in opposition.
And a code of conduct.
Right. Conflict of interest. And an absentee from Councillor Fry. Great. Okay, so now we're on bylaw 7 for the vote. Okay, so that has passed with Councillors Hardwick and Swanson opposed. Okay, so now we can do the remainder. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 23 with the exception of 1 and 7?
So moved.
Second.
Councillor Weeb. I think I heard.
Councillor DeGenova.
Carr.
Right, Councillor Weeb, seconded by Councillor Carr. Thanks very much. All in favor of 2 to 23 with the exception of number 7, which we've already voted on, say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks very much. That has passed. Okay, Council, so we're moving on to administrative motions. There are 7 of these to get through, so I will do my best to move us through quickly. But so the first administrative motion is strata title and cooperative conversion guidelines. I'll first ask if anybody wants to declare a conflict of interest. I don't hear anybody, so I will. Is there any questions to staff? I don't see anybody on the queue. Would someone like to move the motion, please?
Councillor Kirby. Second, Bly.
Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Bly. We're on the main queue now. Any discussion? Just put yourself on the queue. I don't see any, so all in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay. So that's passed unanimously. Thanks very much. This second administrative motion is form of development on 1990 Stainsbury Avenue. Anybody wish to declare conflict of interest? I don't hear anyone. Put yourself on the queue if you want questions to staff. I don't see anybody, so can we have someone move the motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Councillor
Carr.
Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Carr. Any discussion? Put yourself on the main queue. I don't see anybody there, so I'll call the vote. All in favor, say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks very much. That's passed unanimously. We are on administrative motion number 3, tax levies for provincial schools. Conflict of interest, anyone? If you have a question to staff, please put yourself on the queue. I don't see any questions to staff. So I have a mover for this.
So
Councillor
moved.
Bly.
Councillor Bly, I think I heard a seconder.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, I've heard a seconder. Any debate, put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody there to debate this. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay.
Yay.
I didn't hear any nays, so that's passed. Thank you so much. The next are the 2021 tax levies for the Transit Authority. Any conflict of interest? I don't hear any. Questions to staff, please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anyone on the queue. Can I have someone move this?
Bly?
Thank you. Seconder?
Carr.
Thank you. Councillors Bly and Carr, any discussion? Please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody on the queue. I'll just call the verbal vote. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks very much. That passes unanimously. Next, we have the levies for the BC Assessment Authority. Any conflict of interest? None. Questions? Put yourself on the queue. Don't see anybody on the queue. I can have
So
a mover
moved.
for this. Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Seconder.
Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Any discussion? I don't see anybody on the queue, so we'll call a vote. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed,
Yay.
nay. I hear none in opposition, so that carries unanimously. Almost there, Council. We have the levies for the Municipal Finance Authority. Do we have any conflicts? I don't see any. Questions to staff? I don't see any. Mover, please.
So moved.
Councillor Dejanova, seconder.
Carr.
Councillor Bly?
Councillor Carr, I heard. Any debate? Put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay.
Yay.
I don't hear any nays, so that has passed unanimously. Last one, Council. This is form of development on Oak Street. Any conflicts of interest? Don't hear any. Questions to
So moved.
staff? I don't see anybody on the queue. Now I need a mover. Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Do we have a
Councillor
seconder?
Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Any discussion? Please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody in the queue, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks very much. That has passed unanimously. Okay, Council, we are on to Council members' motions. The first one is a leave for absence for Councillor Kirby Young for civic business on May 19th. Is there a
So
mover?
moved.
Thanks very much. Seconder?
Second.
Anyone? Thank you, Councillor
Carr.
Carr. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay, thanks. That has passed. Thank you very much. We are on to motion 2, reducing barriers and deepen affordability for nonprofit co-op and social housing in every neighborhood. We have Councillor Boyle. You have up to 2 minutes to introduce this, and then up to 1 minute for councillors to ask questions. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle, up to 2 minutes.
Mayor, I've got to declare a conflict of interest.
Okay.
Prior
On
to
this,
the discuss. Yeah, on this one. So in conversations with city legal as well as my own personal legal, and due to the fact that it is again dealing with RM4, which I'm a property owner of,
okay.
and that it's going to significantly increase my property value as well as increase the susceptibility to a wind up, I've been told that I should be stepping away due to abundance of caution.
Thanks very much. So Councillor Weeb has recused himself from this. Councillor Boyle, you have up to 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Mayor. This motion is about exactly what it says, making it easier and faster to build the kind of housing that more people in Vancouver can afford. As council remembers, when we voted a few weeks ago to allow up to 6 stories of nonprofit, co-op, and social housing in RM3 and RM4 zones, we heard from many community housing providers and housing advocates that it was a good step, but it wasn't nearly ambitious enough relative to the scale of the housing crisis that we face. This motion moves us further, more housing that's more affordable and without profit and without land speculation, housing for teachers and healthcare workers, baristas and servers and students, single parents and seniors and more, people who live and work in our communities, who make them complete communities. This is a tangible move that we can make squarely within our local government jurisdiction that will help more of these folks stay in Vancouver, close to their jobs and family, and that will make a positive difference in real people's lives. And I hope that council supports it.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Sorry, I'm just going to pull up. You do have a question from Councillor Swanson. Up to a minute, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, will this proposal impact the supportive housing proposal for 7th and Arbutus?
Thanks for asking that, Councillor Swanson. Staff have been clear, and I've been trying to respond to people's emails to be clear as well, that proposed BC housing project at 7th and Arbutus would still go through public hearing, the same process as has been communicated to neighbors. So no, this motion wouldn't affect that specific project.
Okay, thank you, dear.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Up to a minute.
Thanks very much. I'm just wondering, Councillor Boyle, if you could explain why you've chosen 12 stories.
Sure. So one of the things that we've heard from providers is that up to 6 stories in the current building materials, up to 6 stories sort of pencils out with wood frame, and then the next height that makes the most sense without subsidies is 12, though there's also a very clear recognition that those building materials are changing quickly. So, you know, council approved a 9-story project on Francis Street of Vancouver Native Health. There are lots of numbers of buildings and or heights, and what I'm proposing is we say up to 12 stories and let the community housing provider pick the height that makes the most sense.
Thanks. Just also wondered in coming up with crafting your motion here, have you considered nonprofits that don't own land and that this may not help them?
Sorry, we're at the minute.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Bly, up to a minute.
Thanks very much. My question is related to, you mentioned won't trigger speculation, and just to frame the question, I was curious about how you, but just noting also we now have a councillor that's conflicted out because they own land in the RM4 and have been advised by legal staff that this motion will cause a dramatic increase in land value, and therefore he is not able to participate in this proceeding. How can you reconcile two diverging opinions in such a dramatic way?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I mean, we certainly have heard from people who say it will increase land values and other people who say this will decrease my property value and therefore I don't want it. I reached out to Tom Davidoff at Sutter School of Business to ask for his opinion on the impact on land, and the response I got was that because there's no profit to be made in the housing that can be built, that it wouldn't have an impact on the land value other than, you know, we've seen in these areas a speculative increase in land values over the last number of decades without any of these changes. So that may or may not continue, but the feedback I got was this particular proposal wouldn't change that.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato.
Well, I was just curious if you're aware that staff will be coming back with policy recommendations over the next 6 months with respect to housing that really fits the demographics that you sort of described in trying to target maybe middle income. You mentioned teachers, nurses, baristas, and that there will be recommendations coming fairly shortly around the type of housing. And I'm just wondering if you're aware of that.
Yes, I think we should be looking at all sorts of tools, and this is one of them I'm hoping is squarely on the table and supported, but along with a whole number of other measures that are already underway and that I look forward to us hearing back from in the next year. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Carr, up to a minute.
Yes, thank you. First question, how do you reconcile the height of 12 stories being in conflict with the heights allowed in a number of recent community plans?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, of course, it's always a tension about what pencils out to actually build the housing that people can afford, and what existing plans say and when those plans are from. I think that's for us to figure out. You know, we are wrestling with an enormous housing crisis and people leaving all the time and businesses having trouble finding locals to work in them, all of those pressures. So those are the tensions for us to navigate.
Just another question. What do you say to people who, in response to this, say, what's the point of getting involved with the Vancouver plan if you rezone everything?
Yeah, I think that's a tension I feel too. I mean, I want us to do work while planning. That's been the commitment all along, and one of the reasons I've been comfortable supporting the plan. And I hope we can continue to do that in this way.
Thanks. Councillor Fry, up to a minute.
Yeah, thanks. I'm looking through your motion and I see that it's inconsistent with the actual city definition of social housing, which actually the city definition of social housing requires it's owned by a not profit, but not necessarily a not-for-profit housing society, and that the minimum of the 30 incomes are at or below the housing income limits, which are obviously a market snapshot, not income based to or based on income. Have you considered that this may be misleading?
Sorry, I'd have to have you pointed out the definition that I was working on is the city definition, both that the housing be operated as on a not-for-profit basis and that a minimum of 30% of the units be rented below hills. And what we heard from housing providers when it came to public hearing was really their commitment, their mission, but also their mission to cross-subsidize with any additional revenue on market rent.
Thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to a minute.
Yeah, thanks. If we're going to do sort of such pervasive large rezoning initiatives outside of the Vancouver plan, would you support just canceling the Vancouver plan at this point?
I have a lot of questions about whether the Vancouver plan is proceeding as we had hoped, and whether it's a worthwhile undertaking. I think that's a big separate conversation, but obviously it's a bit related and it's one we're all wrestling with. And
would you say that these things are conflictual if we make really large scale changes outside of a plan where we're actually trying to build engagement around how we build density in our neighborhoods in the city?
I don't think so, because what I've heard since the beginning is that the Vancouver plan we would have action while planning, but I do think it's an important question for us to be asking and wrestling with.
Okay, and why not just seek to deepen affordability? Why settle for the 30% definition? Why not push forward and look for the other policy work coming forward?
Well, again, I think it's both. Of course, I want it to be more affordable, and when there isn't subsidies, it has to cross-subsidize to pencil out.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick, up to a minute.
We just council just approved the bylaw to amend the zoning and development bylaw regarding amendments to the RM3A and RM4 district schedules for social housing. This motion just came through at the last council meeting. There has been insufficient time for staff to observe any changes relative to this now enforced bylaw. Are you not concerned that there should be some time spent by staff evaluating this before forging forth?
My preference would have been to make this amendment up to 12 stories at that public hearing, but the advice of staff was that that wasn't the appropriate time, that the appropriate process was to approve if we wanted at public hearing and bring an additional motion forward, because that was too big a change of public hearing. But no, I don't think that we need to wait to move this forward. And in fact, I think it would be clearer and easier if they were closer together.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions on this motion. So we need a seconder.
Swanson, second.
Okay, actually, I think I heard Councillor Dejanova first, Councillor Swanson. So seconded by Councillor Dejanova. We've heard requests to speak to this motion. So if council would like to hear speakers, we need to refer the motion to the standing committee.
I'll move to refer it to tomorrow.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. We have thank you, Councillor Dejanova. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thanks very much. That has passed, and we'll be talking about this tomorrow. Motion number 3 is saving lives with the World Trade Organization trips waiver. And Councillor Swanson, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce this. Please go ahead.
Yeah, as is my habit, this is an advocacy motion, so it's work for the mayor, not so much for the staff. Staff have no concerns with it. The motion is about saving lives from COVID, saving lives in countries that don't have access to vaccines and medicines, and saving lives in rich countries like Canada, because if we can stop the virus worldwide, we can stop the variants that spread here. It's kind of a technical motion. The World Trade Organization has a council that enforces intellectual property rights like patents on COVID drugs and vaccines. It can also waive patents in emergencies like a pandemic. Waiving the patents means that COVID vaccines and drugs can be produced cheaper and faster by more companies. Canada has voted against this waiver 3 times, but over 100 low-income countries support the waiver. Countless people in richer countries support the waiver, including our own Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, Oxfam, Doctors Without Borders. 1,000 Canadian medical students and 42 organizations have signed an open letter to Trudeau seeking the waiver. So this motion is just calling on Canada to support the waiver so more people can.
Thank you so much, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dejanova has a question for you. Up to a minute, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. I'm just wondering, Councillor Swanson, if you happen to know why the federal government has not already signed on in support of this, because this would be sort of an area that I would see a little bit more I would see federally that we would perhaps support it if we saw them support it. So just wondering where that they have not supported it yet.
A lot of people think it's because the drug company lobby is very powerful, and without the waiver, they'll be able to make more profits.
So there's no other reason that you were able to find?
No.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Councillor Harbeck, up to a minute.
Why do you think this is an issue that belongs at the local government level?
Well, I think one of our roles as city councillors is to advocate to other levels of government for things that benefit our residents. And I've brought forward other things like this too. I think it's important. I'm hoping that this motion would be the start of motions like this from across the country and that we can actually push the Canadian government to do something about it.
Councillor Harbeck?
Oh, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, that's it, Councillor Swanson. We need a seconder for this.
Fry.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. So we have speakers to this. If you'd like to hear speakers, we need to refer this. Do we have a mover?
So moved.
Thank you,
Move
seconder.
to hear the speakers.
Yeah.
Second, Councillor
Thank you,
Carr.
Councillor Carr. So we'll hear this tomorrow, as long as we vote for it. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. I hear no nays, so that is referred to this standing committee tomorrow. Next one is prioritizing commercial drive as a pedestrian first High Street, and this is moved by Councillor Fry. So Councillor Fry.
It's co-submitted by myself and Councillor Fry, but he
right,
will speak
but
to
we
it.
have the mover of the motion is Councillor Fry. Up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And this is a motion to promote commercial drive as a pedestrian first High Street. And it's really reflective of a lot of feedback from the community, from the businesses in the community, from the planning work that has been done in that community, and then a lot of the work that we've done here as this council, most notably the promotion of the slower, safer streets, and the idea that that we can improve safety for all users on streets by slowing the speed limits and creating more of an environment that's more conducive to other forms of transportation than just vehicles. The other big takeaway that we've seen of recent, of course, is the reallocation of parking spaces to support patios, to support parklets, and really to support businesses and residents, and really just taking those opportunities and really focusing on an entirely different vision for commercial drive, one that is not a street that is connecting street to go somewhere else, but really one that is a lively high street that prioritizes the safety and comfort of pedestrians, active road users, and shoppers, and really just creating more of a European vibe on Commercial Drive.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Question from Councillor Boyle, up to a minute.
Thanks. I'm curious, the community plan had included a complete street and there are cyclists accessing stores on the drive all the time. Was bicycle infrastructure intentionally left out of this plan, or how come it's not there?
Well, I think recognizing that this slower, safer streets is a whole new direction that we've taken as this council that wasn't contemplated in the earlier community plan. The earlier community plan wasn't very prescriptive. It had a lot of options that could be considered, and it did also include options to support businesses and the high street as well. So recognizing as well that a separated bike lane has been suggested by some advocates from that plan would eliminate some of the opportunities that we see now with parking space reutilization for patios and parklets. They're not compatible.
So you wouldn't like to see a bike infrastructure improved on the drive?
I think a slower street does improve bike infrastructure, short of actually what I believe you may be advocating for, which is a separated bike route.
Thanks so much. Councillor Bly, up to a minute.
Thanks. I just have one quick follow-up question. Council Boyle asked my question regarding the bike infrastructure, and that is how you anticipate this plan could impact transit on Commercial Drive.
You know, it's a great question, and in fact, TransLink just introduced a new program, their Transport 2050, which has actually shifted a lot of the priorities, and some of us may have seen this at the UDI presentation last week, and they're actually actively looking towards pedestrian first street models. So a lot of the contemplation before that had raised some concerns around rapid buses on Commercial Drive, which would have completely changed the dynamic with obviously beeline style buses hurtling down the drive, is not conducive to that kind of shopping and lively street activity that we're contemplating in this. And I think it's more consistent with some of the new direction that TransLink is embarking on in the Transport 2050.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions. We do have a speaker. Yeah, Councillor Dejanova, thank you for seconding this.
And move referral, just
great.
for speakers tomorrow.
Okay, do we have a seconder for referral?
Second, Bly.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor of referral say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, that is referred to tomorrow. Number 5 is accessible washrooms and elevators. Councillor Weeb, you have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, so this is a motion that's been brought forward with work that I've been doing with the Person with Disability Advisory Committee over the last 5 years. And recently we found out that the washrooms will be plumbed, but there will not actually be flushable toilets or accessibility. And I think as we create an accessible city for all, one of the things we need to make sure we have is public accessible washrooms at all 6 stations, as well as paired elevators, recognizing that there will be a significant number of people utilizing it, and our population continues to need elevators to increase their accessibility, and we do have broken down elevators. So this is a huge request from the Person with Disability Advisory Committee. This is something the mayor has been talking about, and I think this is great if the city council can step behind the mayor to ensure that he has the full support of this council to move this forward to TransLink.
Thank you so much. I don't see any. Okay, I don't see any questions. So, yep, we have a seconder from Councillor Dejanova. We have requests to speak. Can we have a mover for the referral?
Yeah, can I move to refer it to being the first item tomorrow, recognizing that the co-chair of the Person with Disability Advisory Committee is visually impaired and has a person with them that can help them if it's earlier in the day, and recognizing the significant amount of speakers to another item.
Second.
Second.
I have to check with the clerks about that because that is. Just have to check with the clerks. So I'll come right back to you, Council, about the process for arriving at the agenda order. It may have to happen at the beginning of tomorrow's meeting, but I'll just check first and I'll come right back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Council, we've just checked with the clerks, and this would actually we have to have the items as approved on the agenda, but we can vary the agenda order tomorrow when we start the meeting. So I'll leave that to council. This is just approving to get it on the agenda. The agenda, once the agenda is established, then we set the order, and then we can always vary the agenda.
And just a point of procedure, Mayor
Yes.
Stewart.
Yes.
Do we actually currently have advisory committee members right now? I'm in support of varying the agenda tomorrow. I'm just
It sounds like
understood that we did not have active, that we were going through a process.
yeah,
and
it's
the
not
advisory
really a
committees had
point of
ended.
not really a point of procedure though. So I think that that's something we could ask during the debate tomorrow.
Okay.
So we just have the that we just have the motion to refer. We have a seconder. So all in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay, so it's referred to the Standing Committee. Council, we're at 10 minutes to noon. Motion number 6 is mitigating managing nuisance graffiti in Vancouver. And we have Councillor Fry up on that one.
Yeah, and this is co-submission with Councillor Dominato, and apologies, the dog is freaking out in the background. I'll keep it quick. This was really obviously the mayor had introduced a similar line of thinking at the last council session with an emergency funding allocation for graffiti management in the city of Vancouver. This was inspired in no small part by a tearful conversation I had with a local business owner in Chinatown who are just struggling with the inundation of tagging that they're seeing in the Chinatown area, and they simply can't keep up. And they thought it maybe was a racially targeted thing. I don't believe it was. I think it's just indication of the extent to which unabated graffiti is really impacting a lot of our small businesses and our BIAs. And in speaking to our BIAs, we know this is a significant line item that is really to the detriment of other programming that they could be doing. They're looking for help. I do recognize, and I suspect this will come up in a question, but I do recognize that some of this prescribed work would potentially impact the DBL moratorium that we had introduced on March 31st. So I'd be prepared to submit some amendments to this before we actually get into the debate decision on just to clarify not to burden DBL before the end of that moratorium period on those items that would intersect with DBL. But otherwise, things like the financial ask for additional funding, things like looking at different techniques for identifying and tracking taggers, things like giving a more direction to our communications team to talk about our graffiti management programs that we have now and the free paint programs would not interfere with the DBL moratorium.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, a question for up to a minute.
Thanks. That DBL moratorium question was my first one, so thanks for addressing it. My other question is, I'm wondering where the proposed funding would come from in this year's budget.
Honestly, hadn't really contemplated that. I think it's recognizing that there needs to be some kind of funding allocation. I think that would be a conversation for closer to our budget time, but I hadn't contemplated exactly where that would come from.
But is it not proposing it be in this calendar year, so the budget that we already approved?
Well, so the hope is to get some senior government funding to support it. But obviously we can't predict that the senior government infrastructure funding would be there, so.
Okay, so in the meantime, some kind of funds out of the budget.
Yeah,
I'd just be interested to know, obviously we can't just give away money that we don't have, so.
Well, and so it does contemplate asking senior government funding to support it, in the absence of which I suppose contingency.
Okay, I see my time's up, thanks.
Councillor Dejanova, up to a minute.
Oh, thanks. I just wondered if on the funding piece, Councillor Fry, had you contemplated the citywide sponsorship fund or looking at ways through there? I know everyone's pressed for cash right now in the pandemic, but just wondered if we might be looking at opportunities through that sponsorship program to support
That's an excellent suggestion, and I hope we have a chance to talk about it more because I'm not 100% sure what you're referencing, but sounds great.
So if I was to perhaps help to prepare an amendment tomorrow, would that be something you consider?
Sure.
Okay, Thanks. That's all my questions.
Councillor Bly, up to a minute.
Thanks very much. Councilor Fry, I'm just wondering if you just can take this extra minute to be explicit about what level of work can be done by various departments within the city of Vancouver that does not involve DBL in light of the moratorium.
Yeah, so the integrated management, graffiti management team consists of not just DBL, but obviously it touches upon engineering, ACCS, VPD, park board. There's PDS. There's a lot of different players to help make this happen. So specifically on item B with the free paint program, just focusing on the communications strategy. On item, the biggest singular one would be the temporary exemption on fines and penalties, which I understand would require new work for DBL.
But just to follow up, are you willing to make this explicit through amendments tomorrow if this motion
Correct.
go
Yes,
forward?
correct.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry if I was rambling.
Thanks. That's it for questions. So we need a seconder for this.
Second, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. And we have, oh, I'm sorry. I have in my script that Councillor Dominato was co-introduced. So Councillor Dominato should be recorded as a seconder. Sorry, I missed that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Do we have, yep, thank you, Councillor Dejanova, referral seconder.
Second, Bly.
Thank you. All in favor referring yay.
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 Opposed nay. Okay, thanks. That has been referred. Council, we have 5 minutes before noon, so I'll try to get motion number 7, which is the Granville Street Promenade. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll try to be efficient with time. This is a proposal to introduce a Granville Street Promenade, a pilot for the summer of 2021, notionally, potentially from July through September for a 2-block area on Granville Street from Smythe to Helmicken. It is something that is a partnership effort with the Downtown Vancouver BIA, willing to do the heavy lifting, and the goal is to get people enjoying more outdoor space, leveraging sort of the enthusiasm that we have seen for people for pop-up plazas, but also to support small business and particularly hard-hit area of downtown and in a large area. The ideal goal is for this to be both bus and car free. TransLink obviously has an interest in getting ridership back and supporting small business, as our conversations and prior discussions have indicated. There's also a real opportunity, I think, to work with either Music BC or the TransLink busker program to have low-key buskers, obviously congruent with public health orders, as would any activation be, but have them have a chance to provide some atmosphere and activation. And as referenced, the DVBIA is a very willing partner, willing to do the heavy lifting on this piece.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, question up to a minute.
Thanks very much. I'm Councillor Kirby-Young. I'm just wondering if you've had a chance to discuss with any of the bar owners or Bar Watch or any of those organizations that have been, that I suppose after pandemic would expect that nightlife may return to the area, and trying to move people efficiently out of that area, especially in summer months. If this is a pilot this summer, may continue on. If it's not going to continue on, maybe we should call it a one-time thing, not a pilot. Just wondered if you'd had those conversations with them.
Yeah, I have had a number of meetings with
transit.
I have, yeah, Councillor Dejanova, I have had a number of meetings with the Hospitality Vancouver Association representatives, including doing a walkthrough of the area as well as several different meetings, and they have provided input into the motion. They're very supportive, even though some of their businesses remain closed due to public health guidelines, but they believe it's positive for the area and the street overall to get people and traffic back into the neighborhood. So seeing strong support from them.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, up to a minute.
Thanks. I'm just curious to hear why choose Granville Street, which seems to me to have fewer small businesses and it's the busiest bus corridor in the region, rather than Robson Street or Water Street with more of a pedestrian small business vibe.
I think because some of the recent stats released by the DVBIA show that a lot of the foot traffic is down. Granville and Hastings are two of the biggest hit streets, also in terms of closures of some businesses. So that was a big piece of it. Public feedback has been positive, but also I think wanting to keep people coming down to the street while the Granville Street sort of undergoes a revival towards rebuilding its sort of iconic entertainment and cultural heritage. So a number of reasons.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions. So can I have a seconder for this motion, unless there was one already?
Second.
I don't. Yep. Thanks very much, Councillor Dominato. We have requests to speak, so can we remove the referral? Somebody?
So moved. Councillor Bly.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirby
Second.
Young. Seconded by Councillor Bly. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, that's passed. Okay, so we'll move on to notice of council members' motions
Motion
after
to
we get.
extend. Yeah.
Well, we have too much, Councillor Dejanova. I would
Oh, okay,
suggest we just
okay,
break
of
for
course.
lunch and
Sure.
then come back at 3. So can I have a motion to recess?
So moved.
To
Councillor
recess.
Bly.
Thank you,
Second.
Councillor Bly. Seconded by Councillor Hardwick. All in favor of recessing? Yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks very much. 11:59. Great. We'll see you in camera at 1 and then at 3 p.m. back in council chambers, so council meeting. Okay. Thanks, everybody. See you soon. Sorry, I'm going to call this council order back to order, council meeting back to order. So we're on notice for members' motions. And again, just read the title, and we need the date when you're bringing this forward and to send that into the clerks. Got Councillor Kirby-Young first.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have a notice of motion that is entitled Towards a Quieter and Emission-Free Landscape Maintenance Equipment Future in Vancouver. Jointly submitting this myself and Councillor Carr for the June 8th council, but I also want to acknowledge that months ago, and I had expressed interest in this at council, Councillor Boyle reached out to me, has been working collaboratively on it also. So a lot of interest from councillors on this topic.
Great. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I had submitted a notice of motion for also June 8th for a motion entitled Pursuing Emission-Free Landscaping Equipment in the City of Vancouver. And if it sounds similar to the title that was just said by Councillor Kirby-Young, it's because there were two similar motions. And I just want to acknowledge that Councillor Boyle, who had been on the original submission with Councillor Kirby-Young, has agreed to let Councillor Kirby-Young and myself work together in a joint submission on this motion. So there's two in there in your boxes right now, but there will be one on the council agenda meeting next week.
Okay, thanks very much. There we go. We've got Councillor DeGenova next.
Thanks very much. For notice of motion, I just wanted to note that although I withdrew this to make some additions and changes based on some of the staff comments, I will be resubmitting it and calling notice on it for the June 8th meeting. It's co-submitted by myself and to be seconded by Councillor Dominato, so a co-submission. And the title is Issuing an Official Apology from the City of Vancouver to the Italian Canadian Community during Italian Heritage Month in 2022, and I've sent that title into the clerk.
Thanks so much. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I have two for the June 8th meeting. One is supporting hotel workers' right to return to their jobs at living wages. And the second is keeping Handy Dart accessible to people living with disabilities.
Okay, thanks so much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I am submitting a motion with Councillor Boyle, and it is safe passing distances for all road users. It's for the June 8th council meeting, and it's to go to UBCM.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a motion entitled endorsing the Vote 16 BC campaign to lower the voting age to 16 across BC.
Thanks very much. Councillor Weed.
I've got two: Vancouver Blue Waste cleanup and reconnecting to the Fraser River.
Okay. And just to make sure you have the dates when you submit
On
them.
June 8th.
Okay, great. And just and make sure those are in writing too to the clerk. Great. That's it for this section then at council. We have new business. I'll start with one item in new business, which is a request for a leave of absence for Councillor Fry for civic business for meetings May 19th from 3 to 3:45. So moved.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed nay. Thanks. Councillor Fry, new business too?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge the passing of Dr. David Hardwick last week. Dr. Hardwick is a researcher
Can I
and
just
educator.
move that'd be inquiries and other matters, so new business.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Great. So I'll leave you on the list. So we'll move to inquiries and other matters since I don't see anybody else on the list. And sorry to interrupt you there, but go ahead, Councillor Fry. You have up to 5.
No problem. Just acknowledging the passing of Dr. David Hardwick this last week. Dr. Hardwick, as a researcher, an educator, a doctor, an innovator, and an administrator, Dr. Hardwick dedicated over 60 years of involvement with UBC as Professor Emeritus and a certified master teacher. As Associate Dean of Research and Planning, Dr. Hardwick helped to establish UBC's hospital campus, as well as the distributed medical undergraduate program that today provides access for rural and Indigenous students seeking medical careers from across British Columbia. Dr. Hardwick was also instrumental in the creation of the BC Children's Hospital, where I myself spent several life-changing weeks in the adolescent ward. And as a pathologist and a researcher, he was responsible for a number of advances in clinical pediatrics. In 2001, Dr. Hardwick was awarded an honorary law degree for his work to preserve freedom of thought and expression. And despite his humorous self-deprecation, quote unquote, nobody trusts the guy with the bow tie, Dr. Hardwick's wide-ranging bibliography of published works and research spans multiple genres and areas of expertise. The tributes to Dr. Hardwick from the medical community and his many former students at UBC are testament to how much his contributions are appreciated. And by all accounts, he was a pretty awesome uncle too. So Dr. Hardwick passed this weekend at 87.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Next on the list is Councillor Swanson. Inquiries and other matters.
Yeah, I have 3 inquiries. The first one is about anti-Asian hate. I'm hearing from groups whose members are experiencing anti-Asian hate, like the Coalition Against Bigotry, the Japanese Canadian Citizens Association, Civic Engagement Network Society. They already do work supporting their members who are targeted and would like to be more involved with what the city is doing. So what I'm wondering is, can someone tell me, is there a way for other groups from racialized communities to get involved in what the city is doing about hate? And if so, what is it? And
City manager.
Certainly, I think as a starting point, Councillor, if you want to put those contacts in touch with me or provide me with their coordinates, then we can follow up and connect them in as a starting point.
okay, great, thanks. So the second inquiry is about the New West renovation bylaw. The New West renovation protection bylaw has survived 2 court cases now. Unlike our renovation protection bylaw and unlike the Residential Tenancy Act, it protects people who are renovated for major repairs that require the unit to be empty. Tenants get to return at the same rent or at the same rent plus any extra that the landlord gets through the Residential Tenancy Act applications. So what I'm wondering is, when can we expect our staff report on reno and demo eviction protection? And will it include measures that we can take to follow the New West example?
Yeah, so Councillor, our staff are looking at that and are in close contact with the province around the changes to the Residential Tenancy Act that come into effect on July 1st to make sure that we understand how those will be implemented. It is work that staff is doing. I think we provided an update recently for council on the timeline to come back to you, but I can certainly follow up with more specifics on that.
So I did see that update, and what's concerning me is that it didn't talk about protecting people who are renovated for major repairs, and it didn't talk about the New West example and whether or not we're going to be looking at that as the motion actually instructed.
Right. Thanks for the clarification. So yes, certainly we are looking at New West and understand the 2 cases and are reviewing those 2 cases that have taken place in relation to their bylaw. So yes, that is part of what our staff are looking at.
And we'll get a report back on that, like.
I'll confirm the timing for that.
Okay.
Yeah, council. Thanks.
Okay. And then the last one is, I think it was at the last council meeting, we had an update on the process for staff coming up with recommendations about replacing police services with community-led services for people who are homeless, involved in sex work, have mental health issues, or use drugs. And what I'm wondering is, how can people who want to be involved in that process and its work get involved? What do they do? Who do they talk to? That kind of thing.
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, I can follow up with you on that. There is a process that we're now embarking on to engage individuals who are interested in serving on that community panel. And there's some external resources that we're going to be using to assist with that process. I could follow up with council to provide more detail as to what that looks like.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. On to Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have two inquiries. My first is related to the COVID vaccination rollout and any information that we might be able to supply. I've had a number of people reach out to me, and one person in specific, Anthony Kupfer-Schmidt, who is the executive director of the West End Senior Center, around the lack of mention specifically of care workers for seniors. They haven't been, I've been following the protocols and the age rollouts, and I haven't heard them mentioned amongst frontline workers. And I'm wondering if staff can provide me with any information and assurance that these workers are being offered the vaccine in a timely way, which this should have been before now.
Thanks, Councillor. My understanding is now that the vaccine eligibility is open to everyone over the age of 18. So they're no longer focused on specific occupational groups, but I will double check that and confirm for you.
I would like that because I know that they also have specifically talked about special programs for frontline workers, and I would consider them frontline workers in the sense of the service that they provide to seniors. Great, thank you. I appreciate that. My second question is, it also came from a resident as an inquiry to me around the fact that we do forgive taxes on church properties or properties for religious institutions in terms of land taxes. And they questioned when church property is developed and includes something other than the church facility itself, like housing, some of which might be social housing, some of which might be market housing. Do they at that point then pay taxes on that property, or are they still exempt, or are they partially exempt?
Thanks, Councillor. I will connect with our finance team and provide you with the detail on how those exemptions work.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll look forward to that response. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. Next is Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. Just had an inquiry for staff, and perhaps it's more of something that had been brought to my attention regarding the social housing or rental tenure program information on our city website, the short program. Can I just ask, staff can confirm that that is a permanent program with the city of Vancouver now? It's no longer a pilot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just note that the second paragraph down says launched in October of 2017. Short is a 2-year pilot aimed at delivering 1,700 units. So it says it still is a pilot. Perhaps there could be some changes made to that, because although it doesn't say pilot at the top anymore, it still says that it is a pilot. So just also wanted to know if you know, and I'm sorry I sound like a bit of a broken record here, but in knowing that we can't move forward any more DBL motions right now, but understanding also that Short has been helping a number of nonprofit organizations to move forward, including nonprofits that perhaps are partnered with developers that don't own their land. Wondered if I could get some more information back on any plans or what it would take to expand that program to actually make it or rental tenure, not just the social housing component, but also for rental tenure, and you know, what kind of costs that might alleviate, or how that could deliver more affordable housing in our city, if that's okay.
So if I understand, yeah, so the program, I think, as you've indicated there, Councillor, is currently focused on social housing. There are 61 projects that are currently being supported through that process. And it is kind of a much more kind of resource intensive approach to assist those proponents in advancing their projects as quickly as possible. And we've had a number of tools that we've implemented to do that in terms of project management and so on. Is your question what it would take to expand that to all rental tenure applications?
It is short, and I mentioned this before, so it's social housing or rental tenure. And I understand that right now staff aren't entertaining applications for just rental tenure. but it is the short program, not the sharp program. It's not and rental tenure. So just wanted to make sure, and I've just asked this before, if there's plans in the future to possibly move this to rental tenure if possible. I'd just like to know that. But I think that, the fact is that it right now currently states that you can apply for rental tenure without social housing. And just wanting to make sure, in the interest of clarifying this for applicants to the city of Vancouver and also for our own council, just to have some more information on that. I'm a big fan of the program. So, and had moved forward a number of motions. I think there were over 12 last term. Councillor Carr will remember that culminated in this is, as I believe Kay Krishna had said when she presented sort of the pilot and what the pilot had done in that time over that 2 years to this council. So just wanting maybe an update if I could on that, or what the program could become if possible.
Yeah, certainly I can follow up on that. I do want to clarify that this is a fee-funded program. So if we were to expand the program, it would have to be paid for through fees. That's generally how these programs are. All of our permitting processes fee recovered. But I understand the question, Councillor. Now, thank you for clarifying it for me. And yes, I can provide you with an update on where we might be going, or what might be possible, and what the implications would be to expanding.
Thanks very much. And just in the last moment that I have here, wanted to mention, because we won't meet together as a council in council until June the 8th, that June is Italian Heritage Month. And that begins on June the 1st. And I understand that because it is official city of observance, and we recognize it officially, that there will be a city of Vancouver led, or on our website perhaps, because of COVID-19 and the provincial health guidelines, that there will be ways for people to participate in Italian Heritage Month. So just wanted to note that, but hoping that information can also be shared so that people can participate, just as we like to for all of our cultural events throughout the city. And really proud to live in a city and to be a part of a city that does recognize so many different cultural observances and events.
Thanks so much. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks, Mayor. I wanted to use this moment to lift up and celebrate the work of a group of grade 7 students at Strathcona Elementary School who are advocating that the name of their school be changed to honor Barbara Howard. Barbara Howard was a legendary Black athlete, a runner who grew up in the Grandview neighborhood in the 1920s. She attended Laura Secord and then Britannia High School. She was the first Black female athlete to compete for Canada at the British Empire Games. And unfortunately, she was headed for the Olympics, and then her running career was cut short because of the Second World War. And so she trained to be a teacher and became the first visible minority teacher hired by the Vancouver School District. She taught in Vancouver for 40 years, including at Strathcona Elementary School. The Strathcona students learned about Barbara Howard during a Black History Month project, and they have noted that in their opinion, Lord Strathcona, who was a co-founder of the Canadian Pacific Railroad and at a time a principal shareholder of the Hudson's Bay Company, is a symbol of Canada's colonial past that they say doesn't reflect the community that the school has come to represent. The students note that Barbara Howard is an inspiration to them and a fitting name for their school. And I just want to quote them. They said, "Our school represents community, kindness, and just caring about each other. And we feel that Barbara Howard is the best fit to do that for us." The Strathcona students will be presenting their petition to the school board this month. And I think their efforts to dismantle the harmful histories of our past and lift up the names and contributions of leaders like Barbara Howard are important, and so I wanted to publicly wish them success in this endeavor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Mayor, sorry, I'm just relocating because my phone's about to die, so bear with me here.
Other councillors, or do you want to come on
Maybe
later?
I'll let the other councillors go. That would be great, and then I'll come back on at the end. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have two things to raise today. The first one is just an acknowledgement that yesterday, May 17th, was Idaho, the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. I wanted to acknowledge that community held a really uplifting and very celebratory event on Sunday morning and doing a virtual brunch, replacing their usual event. And it was great to see a lot of voices represented and really affirming that nobody should be stigmatized or precluded or inhibited from sort of living their authentic self and living fully. And so it was a really positive event during difficult times to bring everybody together. So I wanted to acknowledge community for that, sort of delivering that fantastic event on a sunny Sunday morning. They still had a great turnout with everybody online. I also have one inquiry, and that was one I had brought forward at a previous council meeting. And I just wonder if staff could provide an update. And it was with respect to a motion I brought forward on sort of opening up readiness and specifically for arts, tourism, and hospitality. And there was a couple of components, one being outreach to the province that really outlining the importance of having an identified opening up plan as the UK and now increasingly other provinces across Canada has. And that piece was sort of an advocacy piece for a letter from the mayor. But the action piece for city staff was to report back on Vancouver's readiness to permit small scale outdoor events in Q3, obviously in parallel with the PHO orders, and that staff advise if what our options were to streamline the event process, similar to what we did with restaurants. And I recall, and perhaps the city manager can identify that he said a report was coming forth to council, and I had thought it was this month, but perhaps I misunderstood on the date. So I'm just wondering if I can get clarification on that.
City manager.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. That's a good question. And so this is in relation to events. I think I can go back and check with the team. The landscape with respect to public health orders has been shifting quite a bit. And even over the last couple of weeks, additional clarification from the provincial health officer that she does not anticipate events this summer. I will go back though and confirm kind of with the team where we're at and provide you with a follow-up on that.
Yeah, just for clarification, I know she has said that for all large events and likely gatherings, but there did seem to be some potential opening or wiggle room for the smaller ones, 15 or 15 to 50, that were still yet to be determined. And so it really, part of that motion was really what kind of ability do we have to be ready for that if and when that updated public health order drops. And so that's the piece I feel that we're missing right now, just to clarify.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I think I have a few minutes left. I did have a third item, and that is regarding the Safe School, Safe Streets pilot projects that have been going on at elementary schools. And it wasn't last Friday, May 7th, I actually went to the Lord Roberts School in the West End with school trustees Janet Fraser and Barb Parrott to just get a feel for how the program is working. It was absolutely amazing in terms of blocking off the street in front, creating a very safe space, which has led to way more families actually walking to and cycling to the school. And they asked me what the follow-up is going to be. In other words, what the learnings from this program, how the learnings are going to translate into potentially permanent changes to the street to allow for that safe walking and cycling. And City Manager, I'm quite happy to put these in written form to you as well. I see that you're writing down as I talk, but I really would like to be able to get back to those people involved with the process that they can engage in terms of sharing those learnings with our staff and seeing what could happen on a more permanent basis.
Certainly. So yeah, our team will be working closely with the VSB on that evaluation and then incorporating kind of those assessments into recommendations for future, whether different or the same or expanded. That's the information that they're gathering now. So I think, for the school communities, my suggestion would be probably their best route is through their school because their VSB will be part of that evaluation process. But I'll also circle back with our transportation team to see whether there's any additional advice that they would provide on that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Great, thanks. We're next on to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, a couple of comments and inquiries for staff. One is just with respect, as we're recognizing Asian Heritage Month, to recognize the Japanese Canadian community and our collective impact on that community, particularly here in Vancouver, as you know, more than 20,000 Japanese Canadians in BC had their property taken away, and many were interned, not only in BC but across the country. And really acknowledging that dark history, but also recent work around a project called Landscapes of Injustice, which is basically a digital catalog and research database of over 15,000 case files, one, I believe, for almost every Japanese Canadian who lived through dispossession. And so it's a fantastic piece of work that is helping the community heal, but I think it's really important that we acknowledge that as we're recognizing Asian Heritage Month. A couple of other comments is also this week is Local Government Awareness Week. Tomorrow is Asset Management Awareness Day. And this is an effort, an initiative of the province, as well as I believe UBCM, to really recognize the critical role that local government plays in our daily lives. In terms of services, core services for residents, bringing communities together, and also to encourage citizens to play a greater role in their democratic system locally. And so just acknowledging both this week as well as tomorrow in terms of just our role in managing infrastructure across the city. And then with respect to inquiries, I have about 3 or 4 of them, so I'll roll through them. And if we can't get answers today, certainly a memo would be fine. One is with respect to the internal task force around permits and licensing, specifically wanting to know if the city is applying for the provincial funding that is available to municipalities to address permits and licenses and processes. So that's the first question. I don't know if we want to answer it now or.
Yes, the answer is yes, Council. You'll be getting a report on that on June 8th.
Okay, fantastic. My second question is with respect to sewage overflows and the work that we're doing around sewer separation, recognizing the province has a goal of 2050 to eliminate sewage overflows. I'm curious if we could get an update on our work around sewer separation and what our goals are to have a fully separated system. And will that, does that goal, is it prior to 2050? Because that's a province's goal, but I'm looking for an update on that.
Certainly, we can find an update. I will say that 2050 target is going to be extremely challenging for the city of Vancouver to meet in terms of the amount of expenditure required to meet it. So that is the target we're aiming for, absolutely. But yeah, I don't want to understate what that's going to mean to Vancouver over the next 25, 30 years in terms of expenditure.
Okay, thank you. And then following on, there's been, you know, as we're moving to, you know, further reopening the economy and with the vaccine rollout, questions have been raised about reinvigorating our city. And VEC, I understand, has on the work plan to do further work on the night economy strategy. This was deferred by staff, I think, 1.5 years ago. And I'm curious if VEC will be focusing resources on that, particularly as we're hearing from our downtown businesses and others that are obviously anxious to reopen and consideration of that nighttime economy that really hasn't been fully tapped into in this city, and whether we could get an update on that as well.
Certainly, yeah. It's not, I can say, Councillor, it's not part of VEC's work program for the current year, just given the uncertainty around that sector of the economy. But they are now starting the process of building out work planning for 2022. But yes, I'll follow up with any additional update that Alina and her team might be able to provide there.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Last on the list, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just have one inquiry, and it's related to work that was done actually a couple of years ago, the Silas report, Social Isolation and Loneliness Among Seniors in Vancouver, Strategies for Reduction and Prevention. This was a report that was funded by City of Vancouver and Vancouver Coastal Health through the good work of the Seniors Advisory Committee. At that time, sitting on that committee was Eddie Elmer, who currently also serves or now serves on the 2S LGBTQ plus committee. And I'm just wondering if we can get an update from staff in terms of the progress on this work, recognizing that there were 23 recommendations that were put forth, and that the report really sort of strive to understand more about social isolation and loneliness among seniors, of course, a couple of years before we find ourselves in the middle of a pandemic where seniors have been dramatically affected. So just sort of in place of a motion, perhaps I'm hoping that in bringing it up in this particular part of the meeting, we could understand more about the work that has been undertaken, as well as any plans in the coming, say, 18 months or so. Also noting that in our budget for 2021, sort of age-friendly related work when in the context of the city, not naming seniors specifically, but having heard from staff that that really was the focus, has been identified and delineated in the budget for this year. So just getting a sense of how council can understand what work is being done by staff and what we can expect back, and then specifically any recommendations within the Silas report that we have managed to achieve or ongoing work related to those recommendations would be my request.
Thanks, Councillor. We'll follow up with our team in ACCS and we will provide you with an update on that.
Great, thank you very much.
Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I just have two. First one is I want to thank the mayor for doing a video for the bird-friendly city. For the first time ever, it was great to hear Jonathan Wilkinson join Nature Canada and congratulating Vancouver, Toronto, London, and Calgary in the lead up to World Migratory Bird Day, and announcing that Vancouver has recognized and gotten the bird-friendly city designation. And the second one I want to also thank staff is being a finalist for the 2021 Wellbeing Cities. I know it's been a lot of focus on the work we've been doing on COVID recovery and helping our most vulnerable, but our amazing staff continue to do leading work that's been recognized around the world. So just want to thank all of our staff and the amazing work they do.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. I don't see anybody else on the list, so we can have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. So all in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay, so that's unanimous. Thanks very much, clerks. We're good. Anything else?
All good, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you and your team for all their work. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you late at 6 o'clock.
6.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, staff.
Okay. So yeah, enjoy the sun.